Smacks, it's the classic RiftMasters time, because you know why?
Woo!
It is officially the off-season for Wild Rift. Icons was a fantastic moment, an event, and it will last in history and give us most fondest of memories. Shoutouts to Nova Esports for being your first ever Icons. But that means, now that Icons is over, we are officially in the Wild Rift off-season, so it means that we're in a summer season. It is the summer off-season, which is why RiftMasters is bringing us the Summer Splash! And we've got $10,000 worth of cash prizes going around for a 1v1 tournament and an ARAM tournament. 1v1 is going to be today, tomorrow's going to be ARAM. And of course, I'm your boy, Rafa, and I've got Smacks. It's Rack City back at it again. Smacks is going to be on both days this weekend. I will not. Yeah. I'm just going to be here for the 1v1 tournament. But Smacks, we've got loads of competition ready to come your way.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun. Over the last couple of days, a lot of players that you know and love in the NA space have been already competing for the 1v1 tournaments and also the ARAM tournament that you mentioned is going to be happening tomorrow. But they've already played some matches. So these teams have been... You know, they've been whipping themselves into shape. They've been getting ready. They've been figuring out the meta. And we have 16 players left in the 1v1 tournament that are in the bracket that we're going to be watching very soon. And yeah, I'm super excited.
Yeah, this is out of 100 players, over 100 actually. So we've had quite the astonishing number from the North American server coming in to battle out and become your RiftMasters Summer Splash 1v1 champion. We also got an ARAM tournament tomorrow, so make sure you're tuning in to both of the streams today and tomorrow. But let's check in with the format and to see how this 1v1 tournament is breaking it down.
And look, there's Leona. She's going to be telling us herself. Rafa, do you have a good Leona voice?
The dawn has arrived.
Oh, you're okay. Well, you gotta say the rules here in Leona's voice.
Oh,
The format 1v1 tournament. 3 bans per player. Blind pick champ select. First to 2 kills or first tower. Summoner's Rift mid lane only. And single elimination.
Not bad. I'm convinced that you're Leona. That was perfect.
I am nowhere near as beautiful as Leona, but you know what? I appreciate you, Smacks. I will keep that in mind the next time Riot needs a new voice actor, actress, act person for the role. Although I think they're far more talented people than I am, but I'm happy to shoot my shot. But I think we're heading right into the round of 16, and already we're starting with banger, Smacks.
Yeah, the big things there in the format specifically, you got to get 2 kills. Or you got to get the first turret. And, you know, a lot of 1v1s that you see in League of Legends, you know, the boring, slow game, the computer game, it's only 1 kill. But that can take super, super fast. So we gotta make it 2 kills so we have some interesting stuff happening.
I do like
games.
that.
So,
yeah, back during RiftMasters Nexus Nightmares, there's only 1 kill, but now we've upped it up. And of course, we got to remind everyone what everyone is competing for. It is a little bit of that moolah money. 5,000 for the 1v1 tournament here. First place is going to grab $1,500, and then the rest of that 5,000 prize pool will be broken down into the remaining second all the way to 16th place.
I would tell you to voice it as Fiora here, but I don't know if I trust your French accent. So
no,
yeah,
you know what? I think
this.
For any French fans in the chat, I think it would be disrespectful. You know, I can speak Spanish and I can speak some French, but we'll just roll right past that one.
Yeah, but quite a bit of money for first place and all the way down the line here in these first few matches. Basically, what all of that comes down to is each time you win, your prize effectively doubles, and that's pretty nice. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to see all these players that, you know, we saw some Immortals gamers, some Sentinels gamers over there at Icons, but we've seen a lot of these names over the course of Wild Rift's history here in North America, and I'm glad to see them back here.
And the North American player base, we've fallen in love with the community and the scene. Of course, so many players looking to make a name for themselves even during the official off-season. Let's take a look at the bracket. We'll see who is still remaining in our Summer Splash 1v1 tournament. Some names standing out to me, players like MTS, who was, if you look back at the RiftMasters Nexus Nightmares tournament we had during Halloween last year, he was one of our finalists. Or I think semi-finalists, making it all the way to the top 4. Zello, from Cloud9, although the Cloud9 roster having officially disbanded now. Zello is now a free agent, and to be honest, Max, when he was pulled onto the Immortals roster, he made a pretty damn good showing on the international stage.
Very memorable, for sure. I'm sure he's going to remember that for the rest of his life, for better or for worse. It was a very close, very, very close space race.
Listen, you know, I talked to him afterwards, and he's like, man, I'm gonna think about that for the rest of my life. Like, don't do it, King. Like, think about the things that you did well in that game, and then for the things that, you know, didn't go your way, build upon that. Let that fuel your fire and motivation for continue going. Of course, there's some names in there, like Araki Zoro, still current Baron laner for the Immortal squad. I think on the other side, I saw some names like
Luan Meals.
Yeah, well, Luan Meals definitely be one of them. Shout out to our producer keeping us on track here for the Summer Splash.
Yeah, you mentioned all 3 of the Baron laners that went to Icons for North America, by the way. So I think that's pretty fun. But yeah, here we have another Baron laner.
And I'm a jungler,
Luan
so
DJ.
You know what? I don't know what is this propensity for me talking about Baron laners. You know what? I've gained a newfound respect for Baron laners. We'll put it that way.
In a tournament like this, it makes sense that the Baron laners would be at the top of it. As we already mentioned, 100 players entered this event, and we only have 16 left. So it does make quite a lot of sense that these would be the players representing us in the bracket. I say us as if we played, we'd probably lose right away. Or at least I would. I haven't been practicing as much as I know you have. I think you hit like Diamond or something while you were in Singapore, right?
Dude, yeah. D3 by the before I left Singapore on the Southeast Asia server, and I was trying to push the Masters before the end of Season 5 back in NA. I underestimated how much time I would need, and I was literally in D1 for 1 second, and I lost, and I looked at how much hours there was left of the season. I was like, there's no way. I would have to win like the next 10 games in a row, not lose, and do it within 3 hours. So I was like, I should have. You know what? It's okay. We'll get the new season grind, as there's still plenty of weeks to get it done. And with all the new changes that have come on patch 3.3, I mean, this is a whole new game. I mean, the dragons, elemental dragons being added to the Rift, many base stat changes to champions across the board, which means that, you know, as you already mentioned, Smax, a lot of the Baron laners are going to have a leg up on what are some of the champions going to be strong in the 1v1s, but I also don't want to count out the mid laners and the dragon laners, especially because a lot of the range champions are always going to have that edge.
That's true. The range champions have been pretty solid. We saw in the last time that we had a 1v1 event at Nexus Nightmares that, like, Lucian was the best champion that you could possibly play, and a lot of those champions very similar. Things like the Caitlyn, I bet, are really good. But yeah, like you're saying, these base stat champions. I think you mentioned Jax as one that was a really big change. He doesn't really care if you auto-attack him if you're Lucian or Caitlyn or something. He just turns on Counter-Strike, and you don't take any damage. So something to keep in mind.
Depending on how the 1v1 starts out, if they both start out at level 1, you know, it's going to be rough for someone like a Jax, right? But if you're able to get to level 3 or bypass the first 2 stages, taking a sustain keystone like Fleet of Footwork, and you ignore all of the harass coming in from a range, then you just jump on them. And then you block all the auto attack damage with Counter-Strike. So, you know, Jax could be a decent pickup. It might be more still on the scaling side that it doesn't get to see the light of day. Already, between our 2 first contestants, Luan and Meals, for those that don't remember, Meals being the former mid laner of Cloud9, Luan being the former Baron laner for No More Ego. And already we're seeing bans not... I thought they had already decided on the Graves, but actually is looking towards that Lulu instead.
Yeah, curious about what's going on here. I remember Lulu being a big champion at the 1v1 tournament that we had in October as well.
I think Meals was actually a huge proponent of the Lulu mid. Yeah. Nexus Nightmares.
That's true. That's absolutely true. So, good ban there for sure. Maybe they did their research on the last event, or maybe this is just what the players have been playing throughout the last couple of days. Like we said, this is not something that they're walking in completely blind to. They have had some practice over the last few days. I think each of them played 8 1v1s on Thursday, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. So they've got their champion pools aligned and everything. They've got their tier lists going in their heads. And I like the Akshan ban as well. It's fits into that Lucian thing that we were talking about before.
Yeah. Brand is a champion that got buffed near the tail end of Season 5. And even though we didn't get to see much of it being played on Icons because I think the tournament patch was already before the brand changes came through, but Brand is someone that is pretty monstrous. The base damage has been increased across the board, and his wave clear is slightly better. I don't know about super high elo, but at least for low elo, like, man, Brand has been like, it is so easy to just carry games because no matter how the laning phase goes, you just have easy wave clear and you're just exploding damage with your Pyroclasm. And the fact that now it bounces between you and the opponent, it's super easy to get off in 1v1s.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of magic damage dealing champions in this specific format with the 1v1s, because you want to be dealing a lot of that damage with your auto attacks, like chip damage and everything, but Brand certainly being an exception there. Speaking of auto attack and just like AD items in general, Hullbreaker is not allowed in this event, which makes a lot of sense, because there's no possible way that an ally could be near you.
Of that. Seeing Hullbreaker for an entire tournament... It's like, come on, man. But that's what happens when it's one of the strongest, if not the strongest item in the game. You know, damned if you don't, damned if you do, kind of thing, right?
Yep, for sure. It seems like Yuumi was in that boat as well, as it is even being banned in the 1v1, which is hilarious.
You know, the funny thing is we've actually run into solo queue Yuumis that run her Baron lane.
Yeah.
Apparently you win. I don't understand.
No, it's good. So it's good because they've actually bumped us down a bit, but her passive has such a low cooldown that she will just chip you down. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's forget about Yuumi for now. We got a Yasuo versus Yasuo matchup. Absolutely phenomenal. I know that Luan at one point, I heralded him as the best Yasuo in North America. So this is an amazing matchup.
He was one of the few Baron laners that actually would pull out Yasuo. And considering that he was on a team with Tybe, who... if not himself, considers himself the #1 Wukong in NA, it makes so much sense to always have that last breath Cyclone combo. And now, Meals stepping up to the challenge, both of them are going to be Yasuo's.
It's pretty awesome stuff. Yasuo, one of those champions that you have a lot of mechanical outplays possible, but it certainly gets easier the more items that you have. They don't care about items, though, at all.
Oh, Meals tried to flash the last Steel Tempest. They both walk out alive. Holy, that was close.
They both live. I also do want to mention, Luan has a Grasp of the Undying instead of Heat, so he actually does need to be in combat to get the healing there, whereas Meals can just hit minions. So I think that adaptation might favor Meals a little bit in this specific matchup. Interesting that Luan actually did take the wind wall there also. That doesn't seem like something that'd be super necessary in this matchup, but it helped out there for sure.
Yeah, being able to deny push with the third cast of the Steel Tempest, I think helps a lot if you're considering that. And with Grasp the Undying, the sustain, while it's while it's less favorable for like immediate on-demand sustain like Fleet, the Grasp will give you a little bit of scaling. I don't know how much copium am I inhaling for Luan DJ on this one, but if Luan plays the longer game, the Grasp procs will continuously build up a higher health pool versus Fleet.
Yeah, I guess when you're in a mirror matchup, maybe having that extra, like, 20 HP is going to be the difference maker. Maybe that's what Luan is thinking. I don't even know. I wonder if they knew that this was going to be the matchup. Like, I imagine we're going to get some games where the two players are like, yeah, let's just do a mirror matchup. Let's put everything on the line and see who's the better player here.
Dude, look at this. I mean, like, Luan is completely playing for
the
long haul. He is Vamp Scepter and the Grasp. He is... I mean, they were super close on the 1v1s, but they knew their limits.
Yeah. Look at him. He's high rolling, though. He's got the crit glove. If there's any champion you do it on, it's definitely awesome. Oh, he got one right. He got 2 in a row.
Ooh, man. I mean, Luan, you should go Vegas, bro. This is ridiculous.
2 crits in a row. I don't actually know how the math works on Wild Rift for Yasuo. Does he have 50% right now with just a glove?
Yeah.
Okay. Because in PC, I know it's calculated differently.
Yeah, because PC.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Well,
I don't want to do math right now.
you know what? We weren't hired to do math. We were hired to commentate these games. Now, Luan is... Dude, he got a crit right there! Dude, these crits are coming in when Luan needs them. He has to burn the flash, and now he's down summoner spell. So now Meals has an advantage. Oh, he's going on the tower. He's going to be close. Whoa!
All right, well, that's why you go to win wall, I guess, for the block the tornado there.
Dude!
I feel like if Meals went for the Beyblade instead, he would have got it, but doesn't quite manage it. They're both living again.
Dude, you can't be serious. How is it that Meals and Luan are living to the very end? Like, I thought for sure either Luan was going to go down to Meals' flash aggressive play, or that Meals would have died to the turret, but these guys are dancing on the very edge.
It actually would have been a kill for Meals, by the way, if he had vision of that brush. So really clever for Luan. When he did get knocked up by the tornado earlier, to step into that brush, he has the sweeper to deny the vision there as well. Oh, he actually is going to...
Last breath. Oh my god, Meals doesn't have flash anymore. Dude, Luan DJ!
That's one! He needs one more kill, but he's got one of them. How many items does he have now? Oh, he just got an extra dagger.
You know what? I actually now like the early crit investment, and I like the grasp because, okay, so when I was thinking about it, I thought it was like one kill, reset the game, go back in again. But the fact that it's like 2 kills within the same game, there's value to playing a longer game. So now the grasp of the Undying makes so much sense.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He also, like I said before, if he doesn't know what the matchup is and he thinks he might be against a melee champion, it might be better anyway because you know you're going to be fighting to go for Grasp. Also, I think it does make sense. Maybe we're going to be seeing more Grasp of the Undying in the future. Also, just real quick, they are allowed to farm the Raptor camp specifically. That is not outside of the rules there that Meals just did. So he's going for the ultimate.
And Luan says, okay, bye. I'm out of there. Merely clearing the wave. Now, 2 kills is one of the win conditions. Is there a gold win condition?
It's just the turret kill. No, there's no gold or anything.
Oh, it's just a turret kill.
Oh. If you kill the enemy's first turret, then you win, or if you get 2 kills.
So, Smack.
Also, I do believe it is just best of 1. I think it's just 1 and done, I think. Oh, it is best of 3. Oh, I'm thinking of the 0. The ultimate is here.
Oh, and then Meals.
Dude, Luan
is just doing way more damage than Meals is. Oh, holy. Luan, DJ. That's 2 kills, and that's game.
I mean, there's a reason that I said we called him the best Yasuo in NA, Rafa. He's already the best Yasuo in this specific matchup, 2-0. He doesn't even die like under a turret. I thought that because it's 2 kills, you might get situations where someone turret dives and gives over a kill, but Luan didn't even need to do that. He just had the crits, he had the ignite, he lands these ultimates, he's just able to combo better than Meals in these plays. It was super close early game, though.
Dude, I'm like now curious if I kind of want to pull up Wild Rift on my phone right now and like look at some of the stats. Math? Yeah, I'm curious now. But we'll do it at a later time because I'm sure that there's going to be more things to talk. Oh, you know what? Smacks, be my numbers person. You got this.
Let's see. We're looking it up here. Maybe I can pull up the tab. Okay. So here, look at this.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can. Oh, beautiful.
It looks like it's a bit low res, but maybe I can like
you might have to zoom hit with the zoomy zoom.
No, that's not it. How do I do that?
Control Z or Control Plus.
Ah, look at that.
Yeah, we got the technology, baby. All right.
So I might need to move the window a bit over here. There we go.
Critical strike chance is doubled. Okay.
Yeah, so it's doubled.
And how much crit does Brawler's Glove? I've actually never looked at how much the stats is for Brawler's Glove. I always assumed it was like
Let me check.
10. So, because a crit item usually gives you 25%. And then you get 2 crit items, boom, you're at 100%. So
yeah, I think 1 full crit item gives you 50 on Yasuo, I think.
Yes, yes.
So
For
Brawler's
Yasuo's.
Brawler's Glove is 10% crit chance, and Cloak of Agility is 20. So Luan had a 20% chance on that first
And
kill,
he hit
and
like
then
3 crits in a row. Like,
and he had
what
a 40% chance on the second one. I'm telling you, man, he's just a high roller.
Dude, Luan, man, I'll fund you. I'll buy you tickets to Vegas. I'll set you up in Park
it's a good
City
investment.
or Park MGM.
Yeah.
Or you want to go to the Aria Hotel? I mean, me and Smacks went to the Aria when we casted Nexus Nightmares. That place is nice. Place is ballin'.
There's some really nice places in Vegas. You're
Caesar's
getting me all
Palace?
nostalgic of the last time we were working with RiftMSTRS here. Oh man.
True. And RiftMSTRS
Also,
man.
I just wanna throw this out here. As a callback to the previous RiftMSTRS 1v1 event, we actually have something planned for everybody, and I'm gonna show you this again. We have a tier list.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
We've got the tier list here ready to go. I haven't filled anything out yet, but I wanted to do this as we went. And to me, so far, let's see, Yasuo's down here. I'm feeling like Yasuo is up here.
S+.
How do we? I mean, so far,
I want to see what are the champions are available. I think he can definitely go into S. But we are... Oh, look at that, Smacks. We're already in the bans for the second game. And Meal's banning Aurelion Soul. I feel like that's a...
that's...
Did he self-ban himself? It is...
Yeah, I don't know. I have no explanation.
I mean, Aurelion Soul hasn't been touched in ages.
Yeah.
Like, legit. That champion has not seen the glory days that it did back in the early seasons of Wild Rift. I do respect the Soraka ban, though. That sounds like a nightmare to deal with.
So, I'm hearing from our producer, shout out Tasty Bacon, that they have agreed to the Yasuo mirror. So they just put whatever they wanted to in there.
Huge. Okay. That's... I like that.
We're running it back. You know what? Respect to Meals. If he's just like, yeah, no, Luan's a high roller. I'm going crit this time. I know the tech. Now I can high roll myself. I think that makes a lot of sense. Because now we know how much of an anomaly that was. Like, Luan was critting him multiple times in a row on 20%. There's got to be something in the water, you know? There's something about this Yasuo champion. And you gotta run it back.
I really do like running Grasp if it is a longer game for 2 kills or to first turret now.
Ooh, Meals didn't do it, though.
Meals is committed to the fleet. I think if you're going to go fleet, then you need to be more aggressive early, and you need to look for kills early, and just use the fleet sustain to give yourself the edge.
Is it just me or does Meals have more HP than Luan right now? Does he have like an... Oh, he's got a crystal. Oh, that's interesting.
Ah,
did he?
okay.
I don't think he did that the last game. I think this is an adaptation.
He didn't. He took. I think he took. Dagger or sword.
Yeah, I think so. So he got some Yasuo coaching in the break there from somebody.
Nano, are you here, bro?
Meals, bro, you're trolling. You didn't go with the ruby crystal. You know what? Maybe this will even out the health difference, the bonus HP from the... Oh my god, a crit.
Dude, the crit high rolling already. We're fighting to the death on this one. Dude, there's no way. Luan, I'll buy you 10 lottery tickets, man. I'm dead ass serious.
He only needs the first one.
True. Yeah, he probably would just hit it big off of the first lottery ticket.
Okay. Nice little bounce up in the air there. Ooh.
This is such a difficult position for Meals now, though, because he has to move around and wait for fleet stacks to build up for the sustain. Otherwise,
I mean, you got to do that on Yasuo anyway for your flow, right?
Correct.
What's the issue there, though?
No, well, so the wave was tricky for Meals at the moment. So, and Luan had a decent just freeze right outside of the turret. So Meals can't already step up, and now
Get him!
Luan. Yep.
You can't let him recall. That's
Yeah.
not fair.
I mean, the longer the game
Oh my God.
goes on, the more it benefits Luan DJ. I mean, we're already seeing that the health from Grasp is giving him just slightly a little bit more sustain.
I also, like you're saying, like the long game definitely favors Luan. I don't know what item you could possibly build with a Ruby Crystal for Meals. Like, I feel like this is just a response to the fight at level 1. And I don't think it's going to
Yeah.
scale super well. Like, what? You can't build Hullbreaker.
Nope. So, I mean, that health crystal could turn into a Jarm's Fist,
Yeah.
and it can't be Hullbreaker, so the only other one would be, like, either Divine Sunder or Sterix.
Yeah, I don't think that's really great. Maybe he's going for like a cleaver. I don't know.
guess.
I don't think that's great on Yasuo.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Divine Sunder is not terrible. Like, it's like the item itself is pretty damn good, you know, on any melee champion. It's probably not the one that you would imagine building on Yasuo because you're living that career fantasy. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, good.
Meal's getting the flash out from Luan. That's good.
Yeah, Meals got he got knocked up there by Luan, but it was underneath the turret, so Luan didn't actually go for it. And similarly right there, Meals couldn't do it either. Oh, but that one's surely gonna hit. Oh my God, Luan. He's too fancy with it.
Wait, Meals is buying Bramble Vest? He's just
No
stacking
way.
armor!
Tank Yasuo? He's got...
I
He's
feel
got
like
a-
if you're gonna
he's
go
got a
tank
Bracer.
Yasuo, you definitely should have done the grasp strat with Luan, man.
He's got a Seeker's Arm Guard. That's what that item's called, right?
Yeah.
He's just full armor. That's so funny. So, again, Luan has 40 crit right now. Meals has 0. And, again, I'm taking Luan in these bets here. This is a high roller fantasy. He's critting the minions already. Look at him.
Dude, that was, what, 3 crits in the last 5 autos? That's definitely more than 40%.
Is he stealing his Raptors? Look at his PM.
That's so cool. Well,
Oh,
he's also
just-
keeping
he's
himself
just
in
queuing it,
combat.
I see.
Dude, that is...
He's a genius.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the presence of mind that Luan demonstrates on a champion like Yasuo. It's something that he's clearly put a lot of time into.
No. I mean, we saw it in a lot of tournament games as well. Like, he is confident enough to play this against the best in North America, so of course he's going to pull out the main here. Very bold move for Meals to go for the Yasuo run back. He's going Sunfire Cape.
Oh my. This is not real. I feel like Meals totally should have gone Grasp then. Like, this would have synergized so well. Your health pool advantage over Luan DJ would have been so massive already. But
You know what he also could have done? He could have just picked Rammus. They agreed to the matchup.
Yeah,
so
they agreed to the
that
mirror
would be-
matchup. Yeah.
No, that wouldn't work. But if he didn't agree to it, then he could... These items, I swear, they work better on like 50 champions. Maybe not 50. That's too many.
I definitely see where you're going with it, though. This is...
You
this is just so...
You played Nautilus yet, by the way?
I have. And I've played him jungle, too.
Okay.
Good last breath. Already 50% HP. Jeez. Huge chunk. And I think this is the first time we're seeing almost a full wave crash into the turret, already getting a decent amount of damage. Meals has a recall, and so Luan, with his Blade of the Ruin King already completed, oh man, this is... He might be able to have some time to get a couple attacks on these plates, but it looks like he's just going to take this time to reset for tempo. He has a lot of gold to spend, too.
I feel like Blade of the Ruin King is also just very well suited for what Meals is doing. You go to a lot of tank items, so you want to shred the HP that you're stacking with the Sunfire Cape.
Yeah.
I don't really know like what other adaptations you could make for Luan. Like, are there other tank shred items that you want? I feel like Yasuo's ult already does that for you. Also, like,
you get the,
Meals doesn't have that much more HP than Luan right now.
Dude, it's the grasp,
grasp.
and dying, man.
Yeah.
Like, you're forced to build HP. I just naturally stack HP.
Back to the Raptors. Luan's best friends, the Raptor camp. Okay, redemption boots.
This is not real, man.
Of all the items that Meals has purchased so far, that one I like the most. I do actually enjoy Redemption in the 1v1 if you use it better than what he just did, because then it's like an entirely separate ability that heals you and damages them. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So the funny thing about Redemption is near the latter end of Icons holding, just making sure that they do not fight out to the death. Near the latter end of, towards the end of Icons, a lot of the Baron laners were running Redemption because
it's really good.
The true damage just not only helps you win 1v1s, but also just pushes the wave. It's like wave clear for champions that don't have strong wave clear stats.
Yeah, you know who was doing that first? Zello. Zello was doing it on Camille.
True.
You know who else was doing that? Zenith. Zenith was doing it on Shen. We in North America are innovators. Now, I don't know if Meals is innovating correctly here, but you can't say he's not an innovator.
You know, he did play Soraka mid, and that was one of my favorite pro play games I'd ever seen occur. Because I was like, oh my god, this strat is actually working. And even though he didn't invent Singed mid, he was the first mid laner to adapt it, or adopt it in North America. And then, you know, we should have learned, whatever WRL plays, it probably will be insanely strong at the tournament.
He's actually stealing the camps this time. Look at this. Meals can't do anything about this.
That's rough. Dude, he already has a solid 1,000 gold lead in terms of stats. And then plus the grass, because it's stacking health, it's like another, like what, 200, 500
They both have Redemption.
We're playing out to the long haul, and Meals is just doing everything he can to hold on. And with the turret plates finally disappearing, the resistances are gone. So these turrets... So even if Meals doesn't die to the next 1v1, if he leaves, Luan could look to just end the game in one more push.
I do want to point out that if we get into these really late game situations, you are going to have some RNG involved with how much gold you're going to get, because the minions will flip it on which one of them actually kills the turrets on the other lanes. Because you can see in the top and the bottom lane in the minimap, the bottom lane, Luan's minions are actually kind of smurfing it down there. They've taken some gold in the bottom lane.
Hold up. That can't be a legal win condition. A producer...
No, that turret doesn't matter. Like, you have to kill the mid lane turret, but I'm saying that you're... Like, if Luan's
the global gold from the turret.
You get gold. You get gold from it. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I'm now on the same page. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like...
No, that doesn't count, though. Like, the... Now, if it goes really late and they kill the Nexus, then we might be in some trouble.
Is Meals building Frozen Gauntlet?
I don't know.
Is he building like Iceborne?
I have no idea. He just has all of the components imaginable.
I'm pretty sure Chain Vest, Sheen, plus Kindle Gem builds into... Oh, no, it's Glacial Shroud. It's Glacial Shroud, Sheen, and Kindle Gem build into Iceborne Gauntlet. What are you...
What is Luan doing? He's got a phage now.
He's building Black Cleaver. he needs the extra armor shred because he's like, this guy is building so much armor. And if I can't get my ulti off, I don't get the 50% bonus armor penetration. So
I mean, honestly, if I'm Luan at this point, I'm just not interested in killing Meals right now. I just want to hit the turret, which he is doing a great job of. He's got a good 900 extra damage off. But yeah, this is
just so funny and amusing to me.
Okay, we have an ult. Something is happening, everyone.
50% HP already lost. Bam.
You say already as if it's going to be any more than that. They're just going to go back.
I was carried away. I was like, all right, Luan is going to do it.
No.
And then, Meals is just losing the war of attrition right here. It's like his turret HP is 1700, Luan's is 2900. Meals is just like slowly dying at this point.
It's taking a long time. The turret's almost at half HP, which is actually concerning because you can't Redemption heal that one up or recall your turret.
Yeah.
That actually is going to stick.
At this point, Meals has to somehow force Luan's flash before an all-in under the tower, and then clip Luan under the tower, and then let the turret be the one that actually finishes him off. Because I don't think there's any way that he out damages Luan. Like
No.
no matter what items he gets.
I don't think so either. I think Meals, I'm going to be honest, his plan right now is just to be as annoying as possible. And I don't even know if he's going for the win at this point. I think he's just trying to make this one as long as he possibly can.
Man, you know what? You can play the mental game where
He
it's like,
didn't
all
even
right,
out there.
Luan,
Look
are you
at
gonna make a mistake at this point? Okay, flat, dude. Luan.
It was close.
Luan has 1 life to spare. Like he could just
does.
flip it. He could
could've
just
done
flip
it.
it. I think on this next wave, he's gonna completely
He's gotta
shove
do
it and then just flip it.
Yeah. Get in there. Get him. No. Hold on. He has flash.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh
the
my
redemption there too.
goodness!
Okay.
Oh, okay, wait, Meals caught him under the tower.
No,
Oh, the turret just doesn't
any
do enough damage.
Wait. Ah. This. I thought Yasuo was supposed to be like a big playmaking
Super hype.
champion. Super. Yeah,
I mean,
it's very exciting.
this is a different type of hype. It's a slow grind. Oh, dude,
getting
Luan
there.
is like,
Okay.
"Man, screw this!
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit the tower."
he's hitting the turret. They're gonna hit level 15 in this 1v1, Mark.
We're actually going to get full late game.
Wait. Do it. Get in there, Luan. Dash. Oh. You can tell at this point that we're kind of just. Okay,
Yeah,
do
he
it.
can
There
flip.
it is.
Last
Get him.
breath under the tower. And Meals like, please let me live. Please give me a chance. And Luan,
No.
dude, he's just playing with this food, man. Oh my god, that was completely so BM. But for Meals dragging it out, I have no sympathy. Luan DJ, you earned that one, my friend. Good stuff. 2-0.
Oh my
and with that,
God.
Luan moves on in the bracket.
Wow. Almost 14 minutes, that ARM. Or not ARM, 1v1.
It felt like one. That felt like a Smacks ARAM to me, where it's like, oh yeah, we'll queue it up and, we'll get out in 8 minutes, and then it's been nearly 84 years. It's like,
Yeah.
bro, what is happening?
We've definitely seen 5v5 matches end faster than that. That was a long one. If you're watching at home, I shouldn't guarantee this, but I will guarantee this. They're not all going to be like this. They can't possibly.
I'm gonna knock on wood.
Yeah, honestly.
Hope.
There we go.
Well, not saying that we didn't enjoy the 1v1.
It was
We
good,
were
it was
definitely
good.
amused. We were amused by the creativity that both of the players were demonstrating.
Yeah. It's like a rich chocolate fudge, You get it once in a while. You take a big strong bite. You're like, that's so rich, it's so nice. There's a lot of stuff going on here. It's just a solid bite. After that, you kind of done with it, You can't eat the rest of it.
I'm ready to move
It's
on.
too much. It's too much.
I need something new for the palate.
I can't have an entire meal of just super chocolatey fudge, Give me something else. And for that reason, Rafa, we're bumping Yasuo down. Can't be an S tier.
There needs to be a little denotation with like Tank Yasuo A tier, Chad Yasuo S tier.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's put can you do runes here? Yeah. Okay. So here we go. This. Oh, but the fleet was the tank one, and it doesn't work.
Which is so weird,
It doesn't work.
Like, we can't denote item builds. We can only denote rune choices. Here, just put Yasuo with Conqueror, like in S tier, and we'll
I
get
don't
the
actually know if
gist.
there's another Yasuo image. Yeah, there's only one Yasuo.
We can't
so-
put Yasuo twice.
No.
Alright, just put him S tier. I mean, like,
All right.
we saw some cool stuff. I'm okay. Like, I know we were definitely a little like, what the heck is this? Like, Tank Yasuo, but I
don't think we gained any other information from this, though. I don't think we can put any of the other champions on.
we can have predictions. I mean, like,
Oh, yeah?
I think So
Yeah,
Ari got reworked.
Who do you think okay, Ari, you think Ari's like the best? Who do you think the best champion possibly
Well,
is
so
going
the
to
thing is that Ari is the best mid laner on the patch, but a lot of her strengths extend outside of her laning phase and her ability to like be a useful team fighter. So I don't know if that really shows in a straight up 1v1. I think she'd be like a solid S tier because the way her sustain now works is it's better than what it used to be. So I'm fine with her being S.
We have a prediction here for Ari specifically.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I think Caitlyn should be like S or S.
She probably kills the turrets super fast, right?
Yeah. Tristana maybe.
Oh, Tristana's a good one, yeah. Let's see. There she is. Put her up there too. We got what's a solid like bottom tier? It doesn't go lower than C. I don't think I can change it.
A Mumu.
A Mumu. Yeah.
Just dunking on a Mumu.
Man, he's already so sad. All right. Yeah, no, I agree though. He's probably pretty terrible. What else is like super trash? I bet Shen isn't very good.
Shen does decent damage. I wouldn't put him C, but like maybe he's on the B tier.
Yeah, I can agree with that. We'll put him there. Maybe like Sona is in C tier. I can't imagine she's that good.
Yeah, her wave clear sounds pretty awful. And
yeah, she's got to be.
She's
terrible.
really squishy.
All right, give me one more. Maybe we can look at the chat. Maybe the chat's got something for us.
Oh, I don't even have the chat pulled up.
Let's see.
Whoops.
Oh, we got.
Well,
let's take a look at the bracket while we're reading and perusing through chat here. So we have some updates for everybody.
All right. Well, Luan moving on from the round of 16 now brings us to our quarterfinal stage of the bracket. Luan will be taking on Molly. Molly. I think that has got to be one of our favorites for the tournament. But seeing it against Luan so early on means... Whew,
yeah,
gonna be tough.
Molly's out, right? This is a single elimination.
Yeah. So between Luan and Molly, whoever loses that one, I think, yeah. Zenith, MTS, also big names and favorites. I think I've seen the name Sandvich TF2 before.
I think it's Sandwich. You know, like
but
the
it's,
food.
Well, okay, but like it's a V. So I'm trying to say Sandvich TF2. But yeah, it's probably Sandvich.
Do you think is it like a Team Fortress player? Is that what we're doing here?
Oh,
probably
Team Fortress 2 reference. Because the heavy character says Sandvich.
Oh, I see. I was never a big TF2 player, so
me either. I think I played a few games with my friends when I got into high school, and I was getting into PC gaming at the time because I was mostly a console gamer growing up, and then it wasn't until sophomore, junior year of high school I got into PC gaming.
I just realized I completely read this wrong. I thought this was round one. It was only one side of the bracket. I'm so sorry to Molly. I thought that said Meals in my head, and I was like, oh yeah, Meals is already out. Like Luan moved on, but it's Molly instead. So
right.
That's my bad. I'm sorry to Molly specifically. Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna put up a fight against the Yasuo. Whoops.
Molly definitely has a lot of things to prove here. We've got this next match. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've got Miraku versus Zenith. So we talked a lot about like really solid Baron laners in the NA space. All the ones that we mentioned that went to Icons got eliminated in that round, and some of the only ones that are left are Zenith and Luan, who we just saw. So Zenith's got to hold down the fort.
Yeah, MTS is the only other one that made it through apart from Iraqi and Zello.
Oh,
so
I didn't see that. Well,
MTS will be taking on someone named Manhattan.
Oh, cool. I've heard of that city.
Did you hear that, Smax?
What did I hear?
Oh. Okay. So I'm getting intel from our producer that Manhattan was the only player that went undefeated in their, what was it called? The Risk rounds? Or the, I guess the
like
Swiss.
the games that were, oh yeah, the games that were played on Thursday. Okay. So Manhattan's undefeated. Okay.
Who's this Manhattan guy?
We got to find out.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll be seeing Manhattan after this match, I presume, if we're going in the order of the bracket here. So
yeah, if we get to see Manhattan take on MTS, it's like, all right.
Yeah.
And Michael Taylor Stove, one of our premier, not only Baron laners, but also one of the few players left in the tournament that did go to Icons. And honestly, I think his presence and his legacy across prior mobile esports titles like Honor of Kings, being one of the few Western players that compete in the Eastern leagues, that already gives you like a lot to build up on. So if Manhattan can take out MTS, then Manhattan has to easily be like the underdog new favorite of the tournament.
Yeah. And, you know, I would usually say that since we just watched a 2-0, that all the other games probably also were 2-0. However, our second game was a 14-minute one, so we could have had some 2-1s in there. We don't know how competitive each individual matchup in that round of 16 was. So maybe we'll find out later. Maybe we can ask some of the players after that. Yeah, we're getting into the bans and everything for this first match. Are we thinking any Yasuo here? I don't remember Zenith being a big Yasuo guy. He used a lot of tanks, a lot of Shen actually from Zenith, as I already mentioned
big
earlier.
Shen and Darius player for Mr. Zenith. I think Zenith also has a decent Camille. We'll have to see what the status of these bans are, and if they're like super serious, or if both of these players had agreed on a mirror matchup of some sort. We don't know anything about Miruku. Unless it's like another player that changed their name. But for Zenith, for those that don't know Zenith well, I think one of my favorite stories about this guy is when we talked to the boys from Alish and the squad at the regional championship when we had them over at Mall of America. Gosh, it wasn't really 3 months ago, Smacks? That feels...
Dude, I know. Almost 4 months.
Yeah, back in April, man. Anyway.
By the way, real quick, shout out to Wisdom. They just had their grand opening for their studio this weekend. That's amazing. They held their first LAN in the studio, because we were, if you'll remember, if you were there, if you were watching, we were in the Rotunda, which is the big like thing in the middle of the mall, and we were also in the amusement park. The studio we didn't actually use because it wasn't quite open yet. It wasn't ready for players. Now it is, and they just held a TFT LAN there, which is really cool. I think they're playing Guilty Gear today, which is really cool.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Wisdom, man. Yeah. Good stuff. So for Zenith, when we met the Alish squad and we were talking to all the individual players, I think their manager first brought it up that when Alish was first forming, the last player that we were looking at was Zenith, and we're like, we want to get Zenith in because he was by far the best Baron laner in the remaining pool, and all the Alish players like, we won't play if Zenith doesn't play. And so they were like, yeah, we want this guy, and we think that Zenith is like a better Baron laner than some of the top teams that we had projected to win the tournament in the regional championships. And remember, Alish upset Cloud9 in that infamous 2-0 best of 3.
Just 5 boys in their blue polos. It was a wonderful day. So we're already getting super low for Miruku and Zenith. Very different matchup than what we've seen so far. This is the first range champion we've seen.
As well as, yeah. I mean, Orianna, I think, has always been a very solid laner. You can control the matchup. You have wave manipulation and whatnot.
Big stun.
But this is also the first Jax game. And I'm not going to lie, Smacks, I wasn't sure if we were going to see Jax. But already you can see some of the strengths coming to light off of the base stat changes. Yeah,
true. I feel like Jax may have died there had it not been for the buff. So nice changes there. We also see for the first time something that I feel is pretty strong in these 1v1s is just not taking flash at all. If you're playing a mobile champion, it's not super beneficial for you to have flash in an isolated 1v1, and instead going for 2 strictly combat-based summoner spells makes a lot of sense. So I really like the Ignite, Exhaust. They also have a very similar cooldown, so you can just drop them both at the same time when you're going for an all-in, and just the damage difference there is pretty staggering.
Muju off of the recall picks up an additional ruby crystal. Zenith already has access to Lost Chapters, so this is great for him in terms of having that extra mana resource stipulation. And oh, that feels. I don't know if Smacks, if you were getting game audio before, but now
I am now.
Okay, I was missing out on a little bit, but this is music to my ears now. We get to be fully immersed.
Now, I was under the impression that Star Guardian Orianna was already out. Is that true?
I don't think so yet.
Oh, the skin hasn't released yet? Okay. If the skin had released, then I was going to call Zenith a hater, because that is my favorite skin in the game when it releases. But if it's not in the game yet, then like I can't blame it for that.
I think I saw Star Guardian Senna. Well, if Star Guardian Senna is out, then I think Star Guardian Orianna should be out as well. But I will not confirm so that you don't get free fire at Zenith. Gotta protect this.
I feel like my love for Orianna is going to make me and the guest tomorrow on the cast get along rather well, and that's the only spoiler that I'm going to give for everybody for who's casting with me for that. If you know, you know. Oh, they already announced it. Okay, it's Michael.
There's a graphic of the Talon.
I forgot about that. Oh, nice ults.
Nice ulti. Muju on the run. Real flash and Zenith flashing forward. Good stuff. That's the first kill of the game.
You know, that's the downside to not taking flash. I said before that it's really beneficial, but if you don't have anything to jump to, then Jax really likes having flash, it turns out. So nice play there from Zenith, and taking down Muju, otherwise known as Milk, otherwise known as Miriku. Yeah, nice play.
I like your train of thought. Muju to Milk. You're like, well, I don't think that's the person's name. Oh, it's Miriku. And that's right.
I just wanted to throw in there that I get what they're going for with Muju.
Muju! Did I show you that one person that like cooks old recipes from like
on TikTok?
Yes,
yeah. I've seen those.
Fantastic.
There was one that sounded completely nasty, but he like made it and he's like, you know, I really hate to inform you guys, but it isn't that bad. It's like fine.
Yeah.
Like
honestly,
I don't remember what it was, but it sounded nasty. It's like prune cake or something.
Oh, beet cake.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is like, it's like actually not bad.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes we get to experience that here in the 1v1s because someone might come up with a build and we're like, this sounds terrible. Why would you do this? And then we see it played out. We're like, hold up. This kind of slaps. This is working. I don't think we're getting that in this one. It's just pretty standard Orianna Luden's Echo build. Oh.
Shout out to the people over there with the shockwave.
You know, Zenith was expecting Muju to commit, and he was like, just in case. Now, if Zenith solo kills Muju again, then it's an absolute form of disrespect, saying, I don't even need the shockwave. Look, I just used it. Dude, he's not going to actually need it. He can just walk up and...
Wow. You know,
Zenith's my man.
No
Muju
hate to
has a
Miriku,
family.
but
you can't disrespect him that hard.
He made that look easy. That was a nice matchup there for Zenith. Playing the Orianna super well. We can ignore the shockwave. He didn't need it.
I feel like the shockwave now was super intentional. Zenith was like, oh, oops, did I just use the shockwave? Oh, I'm down an ultimate summoner spell. Oh no, I might not be able to win the match.
It's like when you drop something near your crush, you know? You drop all your stuff like, oh man, oh, oops, oh, dang, I dropped all of my things.
Here, let me help you with that. Hi, my name is Jackson.
What you want?
Are you're Jax in this scenario? I'm Oriana. You pick up all my stuff?
Oh, well, I wasn't, you know, strangely enough, I wasn't trying to say Jax. I just went with Jackson because that sounded like the closest thing to a boy name, you know? Like...
Come on, man. Do you know...
If your name is Jackson, I'm not insinuating anything about you. You could be super wholesome and super sweet. I'm sorry for, like, stigmatizing now that Jackson is...
Do you... So, some context before I ask you this question, Rafa. My husband's name is CJ. But now, the question for Rafa, do you know what the J stands for?
I think it's...
CJ's name?
I think it's Jax, right?
It is Jax, but I think it's a little close there. And I think you're kind of calling him...
No,
few names I think you would disagree with
It's
here.
Cassidy Jax, right? Cassidy Jax?
It is, yeah.
So, you know what? Because you've got the Cassidy in front of it, you already get the wholesome connotation. So it eliminates any F-boy, you know.
Do you know who the most famous Cassidy in the world is?
No.
It's Butch Cassidy.
Butch
Like a
Cassidy?
criminal.
Oh,
I don't know how wholesome that name is, but
see, but because it's Butch Cassidy, not Cassidy Butch, you know.
Okay, so what I'm getting from you is that you hold a lot of value in like a complete name of somebody.
I do. That's why I like Mark
like that.
Alexander Arambide, or
Yeah.
and
I like it.
you know, yeah, and for actually, because I know I used to refer to you by your full name, but you've changed your name recently. So
I have.
I don't know what is your full name now.
Summer Benjamin Hyde.
Oh, Summer Benjamin Hyde. Okay. Summer Smacks Benjamin Hyde. Okay. All right.
See, I you know, Benjamin's a very masculine name. I still really like it. It's also my dad's name. So I like my dad a lot. So it's there.
Shout out to Smax's dad. Also, shout out to Smax's mom, Dawn. Wonderful person. Wonderful person.
Do you know what my dad's name is?
Is it not Ben?
It's a trick question. Yes, it is Ben.
I was like,
I had to check and see if you were listening there.
We haven't casted in a while, and you know what? I think Smax is kind of detecting some of the trip ups in between us. It's been a hot minute. I think the last time we casted was WNS Championships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're closer than ever through the screen. There's just a blue bar in the middle.
True. Actually,
maybe if
Trinamir's kind of in the way. If you guys couldn't tell, this was
Come on, man.
Pool Party Trinamir.
You gotta
Okay,
bring Fiora into the frame. Yeah, bring her over.
Yeah.
There she is.
Dude,
it's her.
The Bay is looking at me. What's up?
Speaking of
We're into
Fiora
the
versus
game.
Tryndamere, no, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine?
That would be quite the matchup. But it is Zenith. This is another pick, I think. Well, I'm trying to think back to how many Gragas games it was Zenith and not that way.
I don't remember. But what I do find interesting is that we called the Tristana. We called the shot. We put Tristana in our S tier, and now Miriku is pulling it out for us. So we get to see what it's all about here. The reason that I think we had it so high is because it actually takes the turret really quickly, because you can use your explosive charge on it, right? Now it is my understanding that's Kraken Slayer that he's got, right? That is what that looks like.
Yep.
That doesn't work on structures or anything, right? Just champions.
It's just champions.
Okay. So
Muju's
is going for at least some champion combat here. It's not exclusively turret, because you do have the Kraken Slayer going.
That's a lot of damage, though. And because
That
Muju's
is a
isn't
little
running Fleet or any type of sustain item in his build, or I think his runes, trades like those from Zenith is going to mean a lot. Because now Zenith could look for a Body Slam Flash full combo the next time his Electrocute is off cooldown, and possibly look for a kill.
Oh yeah, the the barrels are already hitting pretty hard onto Muju's too. This is maybe going to be pretty tough. So this is an interesting matchup, similar to what we saw with the Yasuo before. Oh my god, wait. This could be it. This is a lot of damage. No flash.
Oh my god, dude, Zenith is too clean with it, man.
He's cranking them out here. The first blood. He's 3 for 0 at this point, or 3 for 3, I should say. 3 and 0.
And you can tell how important it was to capitalize on Muju's misposition when he pushed in that wave, because up until that point, Muju's had control of the wave thanks to explosive charge. He has the natural range advantage, but you cannot give Zenith a window like that to get a massive burst trade on you like that. Because that was like, between the Ignite and the full combo, it was more than 50% of his HP, and then I put Muju in a very difficult spot in trying to maintain the wave.
Man, you see the item diff here too? It's pretty stark. We've got a full wand and a lost chapter for Zenith, and Muju's only has the call fields. Just a hammer.
Smoge.
Yeah, it's pretty rough here for Mariku. See what they can do with it. Oh my god, yeah, the barrels are already doing so much work.
Yeah, I mean, he can now poke him out. Now, the one thing about this, if Muju can commit to just pushing the wave and trying to step out of the wave whenever Zenith goes to look for trades.
That's pretty nice, yeah.
Yeah. Because I think at this point, you've lost tempo in terms of overall gold, so you can never, like, stat check Zenith. So you have to just focus on trying to sustain and then push the wave and then look for a turret first kill.
Yeah, there are a few philosophies at play here when it comes to the items. For Mariku, it's very clear that they're going for something very defensive, but it's not always great to do that when you're in a deficit, because sometimes you do want all the damage that you can possibly get just to get those kills. But I think in a format like this, it does make a lot of sense to try to stay alive and go for the turret kill or something in this position, because even if you get the kill onto the Gragas from here, you're likely going to die also, because you kind of have to commit everything if you're Tristana.
And you don't have the freedom to... Yeah, exactly. You can't go for the trade, because then you lose.
So I think this makes sense. As long as Mariku can actually hit the turret at some point, this makes a lot of sense. It's just going to be Zenith from here on out trying to make sure that doesn't happen and get a lot of this chunk down with the Ludens.
I think it is, unironically, in Muju's best interest to make this a 14-minute grinder. Because
man, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, because with Tristana, every level you're gonna get more range, and therefore you get more safety to push the wave. Because now at this point you're trying to clear the wave, shove it back into Zenith, and then whenever Zenith is using his own abilities to push the wave, then you actually have freedom to walk up within range and maybe go for some love taps. But at this point, yeah, dude, I mean, Muju's sub 50% HP, I wouldn't want to step up that far either.
Yeah, I mean, he used a lot of his HP on the Raptors there too, so probably just going to be a recall here. Yeah. Oh, Magic Pen for Zenith. This is likely... What is... I don't remember the item's name. But the big Magic Pen, like, burst item. The spell crit one, I think. The Oblivion... It's Oblivion Orb, right? Infinity Orb.
Infinity
Orb. Is that it?
Yep,
yeah,
Infinity Orb.
I got there. I got there eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know if he actually needs the full item, though. He could just sit on the Magic Pen and go for, like, a hat. Although Gragas does kind of already have a little hat on in this skin.
Is that a hat? It's the biker skin.
It's a bandana, probably.
Yeah, it's a bandana.
That's a hat. I think bandanas are hats.
I guess.
It's a piece of clothing you put on your head. Can we zoom in on Gragas?
The observer's like, this is what the commentators want me to look at. We're determining what is on Gragas's head.
We gotta get a little look here. Maybe something important's about to happen. Maybe they can see the future.
Ooh. I do like it when the observers see the future, because then they kind of set the stage for what's about to go down. See, now Muju's is being able to play around the barrels a little bit better. Oh, no, and he stepped forward on that one, so predicting that Zenith was trying to throw a little bit farther back.
Cool.
Can't dodge them all. You know what? That's
You
two
cannot.
dodge out of 3. That's a 66% chance. That's still technically a failing grade, but you know, thankfully this isn't school.
Is it? I think that's still a D. That's not a
I
fail.
think, well,
right?
I think anything below a 70% is a D, and then
Yeah,
that
a
was
D's not a fail. You gotta get it.
oh,
right?
okay. Hold up.
Man.
What is?
Okay, so Zenith actually is trying to win the turret game. It looks like.
Yeah.
'Cause
So
he-
now Muju. Yeah.
That would have been a time to all in, because you have no jump for Miriku, and you've got ultimate and ignite for Zenith. So I feel like that was the time. Maybe he doesn't have enough mana. Maybe that's the issue.
That all in for.
Oh, never mind.
good God.
Oh,
Throw the
there it
cast.
is!
God damn, Zenith.
Woo! Wait, he's going for both. Look at him. He's going for both. The
He's gonna get
style
it in time.
points.
Oh
Sheesh.
my goodness, Zenith.
Got a nice. That's another
God.
2-0 today here, Rafa.
Dude, Zenith body slam flat. As soon as he got Muju to the thresh point or the threshold, he was like, I don't even care if he has the Mount Mortius magic shield. I have enough burst. I have enough damage to send this guy out of the bracket, back to the fountain, back home. And he's walking away with a smaller prize that he could have gotten, where Zenith is now doubling his potential.
It's a clean victory here for Zenith, and it's both like kinds of wins here too, because you have one where he's playing the range champion into a melee, and he's like bullying them out, and the other one is just like an all-in Gragas style where you have all the kill threat at once and you're diving forward. Zenith, I mean, Zenith, both of them, both players here, whichever one you want, looking clean. I really like the look of that. I think this is one of our front runners. If that's going to be the way that we see them play, as long as they have like solid matchups like across the board, I feel pretty confident in the capabilities here.
I mean, his name is Zenith Rank 1. That is his goal. That is the dream to aspire to. And he is, I want to say, 2/3 way there. He's got to win the semifinal matchup, and then the finals matchup, and then boom, champion. And then, of course, you know, rank 1, whether it's referring to this tournament or whether it's referring to the actual solo queue ladder, you have to overcome Jackie.
Yeah, with 6k LP.
Dude. Jackie
What a
just
grinder.
kept getting more and more and more LP. I never thought that you could like go past like 3k, and then by the end of season
they reset
5,
it though.
yeah,
The ranks are reset for season 6. So, I mean, Jackie, there's no telling what Jackie can do in season 6, but at least for now, Zenith has a chance. He doesn't have to go for 6,000.
And I think the big thing is now that we're in the off season, a lot of the pro players, I think, because starting was rank 1 before at some point, and now because Jackie had taken over when starting went with the rest of the Immortals to icons, everyone is here now. So everyone gets to play on even footing the new season. Everyone has a fair chance to start pushing each other for, you know, the top 5 or even number 1 rank spot on the ladder.
Yeah.
But our next matchup is going to be Sandvich, Team Fortress 2, versus Baulan Sama.
What if it's not Team Fortress 2 and it's something else with those initials? What if it's like Too Fast, Too Furious, and the last F didn't fit?
Too Furious 2. Well, we can definitely go with Sandvich, for sure.
Yeah. It is still TF2. But yeah, Baulan Sama. I wonder if that's a reference to some PC League players, like Baulan and Hansama. I wonder if that's what that is.
Oh, it could be. Baulan being our Season 8 Worlds winner support from Invictus Gaming, and then Sama being the current Marks 80 carry for Team Liquid in League of Legends.
Yeah, I think Baulan is still playing LPL, I think.
I have not checked in with LPL.
I'm not
on
an
the hot
LPL expert.
We'll have to check in with Mazel or Kelsey Moser.
True, yeah. Those are our resident experts for LPL. Or maybe Baulan and Sama in this matchup. Maybe drawing some inspiration there. But
True.
regardless, we have that Ari that you called out. It's banned away. We won't see that one quite yet. And yeah, let's do Lucian. I think Lucian is a pretty solid one all around. Just feels like he does everything you'd possibly want in a 1v1.
I like the Lee Sin one, to be honest. So when Muju's played the Jax, and it was the idea of that, hey, Jax can leap forward. He has the mobility to go in and out of fights despite being a melee champion. I mean, Lee Sin. I mean, we know that Lee Sin on PC League of Legends can be a pretty nasty 1v1 duelist. And in Wild Rift, you have the freeform dash. Like, you don't need to rely on a ward or an ally minion to, like, dash in and out of fights. You can just, like, you go in, if you land a Sonic Wave going with a trade, hit him with a couple odd attacks and your Tempest Strike, and then you're like, okay, trade's done. You just safeguard out.
Yeah, I guess the issue there is when recall is super accessible, you kind of have to, like, fully 100 to 0 somebody on Lee Sin, and I don't know how easy that would be in this. I feel like he can't possibly, like, super top tier. I don't think he wins every matchup like that, you know? Like, I feel like there's definitely some that would be hard.
I think when it comes to a war of attrition, I think Lee Sin would totally lose out. But you know what you always have, Smacks? If the person is a melee champion or disrespects you by walking up to the tower, you can, if you have flash, you can safeguard, kick flash, boom, back into the turret, alley-oop.
Yeah. And then it's a 2v1. And Lee Sin, I feel like everyone probably likes a 2v1.
True.
More than a 1v1. I definitely take those odds. Shout out Luan. maybe we get more crits. Maybe it's not just Yasuo that can go for crit items. Maybe somebody else just walks out of base with a 10% crit item. You're like, it's just.
I mean, if
really
they high roll as much as Luan DJ did, then I'm flying both of them out to Vegas. And I'll be like, all right, guys, I need you to pillage these tables real quick. Get as much money. I'll take 15% of the cut. Boom, boom, boom. I'm just kidding, guys. This is all for, legal purposes, a joke.
Oh, yeah. Of course. But also DM Rafa. But yeah, it's a joke. But the DMs are open, okay?
I'm going to go to my Twitter and close them right now. Just going to disencourage that. Pointing out some of the other bans here, though. Camille, Jace, and Set, all melee champions, with Jace being the exception that you can be both range. I mean, we know that Jace, being a fantastic laner at Icons tournaments, didn't always transition into the best late-game assets if they didn't close out on the advantage, but at least, their ability to split push, there's definitely a couple games where Jace with the Hullbreaker was able to clutch out some victories. I think shoutouts to... I think there's a FUM plus Phoenix game where they won off of just the mid laner being able to split push the mid lane. But it wasn't Xiaoma, because Xiaoma is the dragon laner. Oh, wait. Can't remember FUM plus Phoenix's mid lane name. But also, like, the Camille and Set have different sustain ways. But this is a double range matchup, Smacks. Ezreal versus Akshan.
We have a tier start, a Sapphire Crystal, I should say, for Baulan. So, at least one of these people is going for the long haul, trying to play for later, more scaling. I can't imagine Ezreal being great at all-inning somebody. So I feel like this is going to be one that might goes the distance. And I said before that I only want like one bite of fudge. Maybe I can go for seconds.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
Suddenly the Yasuo 1v1 is missed. Perhaps.
Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe these two players are a bit more hyphy with the Ezreal and the Akshan than I'd imagine.
I definitely like the way Sandvich is controlling the wave right now. And already taking advantage of the fact that the Avenger Ring, far more pushing capabilities than, of course, Ezreal's entire kit. In fact, the only thing that Ezreal can really do to push the wave is unlocked once he's level 5 with the True Shot Barrage. Outside of that, wave control is pretty miserable for Ezreal.
Pretty true. There's also the same strategy that we mentioned before with the double combat summoner spells. This time both defensive, barrier and the exhaust, already feeling like enough damage is there with Akshan's kit in general. Oh my god, wait, I love this. That's some turret damage right there, look at that.
Yep. That's a win-win no matter what, whether you hit the champion or the turret.
I love it a lot. That one cannot hit the turret, but it does deal 1,000,000 damage to Sandvich, even with no items or anything. So that's
Is he
nice.
arc chain shift? Okay. I think Sandvich just wants to clear this wave and get the hell out. That was a lot of damage from the True Shot Barrage. I think that is the only thing that is going to give Baulan any sort of... How do I want to say, Smacks? Any sort of real chance of being able to fight back against Sandvich, as Sandvich doesn't necessarily do tons of burst damage, but these trades, these flurry of strikes, anytime he goes in with the web swing, you know, continuously poking out Baulan.
We predicted it here, Rafa. There's some crit on Akshan.
Huge.
There is 20% crit chance on every single one of Akshan's attacks. We have some high rolling going on. We'll see if it matters in the 1v1. This is Baulan, I believe, is going for the Divine Sunderer. I think that's... Can you build that out of a phage, or is that just a...
Oh, no, not from phage.
No? Is that like a Trinity Force?
I think that is a Trinity Force.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense, too. You want to Sheen at him regardless.
I think this is the first time we've seen anyone be able to actually hit the tower within the first 4 minutes. Sandvich just...
True.
Yeah, I mean, just constantly pushing the wave.
Crazy. I'm feeling like Akshan is a good idea just off of these first few levels. Maybe it doesn't scale quite as well, but it's looking quite strong. All in here.
Oh, that is bold from... Oh! Where did that damage come from? Baulan definitely wasn't expecting it. He saw the barrier, but he didn't think that he would need it. The True Shot Barrage didn't get a chance to expel at all, and Sandvich already takes the lead.
You know, I think at least some of that was the critical strike that we saw him purchase. I'm feeling like this is the pick. If you think about it, if you've got 20% chance and you're attacking at least 5 times, then it's gonna happen. And now he's at 25%. So all he's got to do is attack 4.
Statistically correct, yeah. You have to at least hit once out of the 5 times. I unfortunately have been on the side where I didn't get a crit after 7 auto attacks on 20%. True fact.
Well, yeah, but you're a Graves player, so I think you deserve it.
All right, buddy. Where's this Graves hate coming from?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny. I don't really care about Graves.
No. That was pretty funny. It's okay. I miss dunking on you and getting dunked on. So good times. These are the vibes. Summer Splash, brought to you by RiftMasters.
Mm. The kickoff to the off season here for RiftMasters, and you know, I don't want to confirm anything while we're on the show, but you know, Rafa, to me the word kickoff means that something is starting, you know? And we're RiftMasters here. You know, nothing's been announced or anything, but a kickoff.
Producer Tasty Bacon is now sweating. He's like, we can't promise anything more. Just talk about the show. Talk about the Summer Splash. Keeping it for now. The official wording is that this is the kickoff to the Riot off-season for Wild Rift. So it doesn't necessarily concern RiftMasters. Although I will say that the WRL is kicking off again sometime in October. Oh, good God.
Okay. Good barrier usage there. Still hitting the turret a little bit with that comeuppance. So, again, it is still the win-win for the Akshan player. The Bloodthirster also seems to be doing just so much work in these little health trades.
Yeah, normally we would expect Blade of the Ruin King as like a first rush item for Akshan, but the extra AD, the crit chance that you get with it, seems to kind of overcome the value of the attack speed. Damage.
It also, yeah, it is just more lifesteal on Bloodthirster, right?
Yep.
It is just like a higher number on that. So
20% versus 10%.
Oh yeah, that's significantly higher. So gonna help out quite a bit. And he's getting the shielding just from hitting the Raptors there too. Like this is This is a smart purchase. And like we were saying before, these players did have 8 games that they each played on Thursday. So they've done some research here. They've planned some things out. And these are the best of the best that we're watching right now. And I don't know, man. This Akshan is just so funny. You can see that Baulan doesn't even want it to go into the turret because the turret is so low. And that's also a loss. It's such a rough position as this Ezreal.
And Baulan can't even recall right here because one wave is all Sandvich needs to just kill the turret. Yeah. He is trying as hard as he can. I think at this point, Baulan... Oh, man.
It's both again.
Oh, no. Sandvich doesn't even need... He won't even wait for Baulan to make a decision of whether to commit to the all-in or try and save the wave. Sandvich takes Destiny in its own hands. And now Sandvich gets to move on to become one of our other semifinalists.
Okay, hold on one second, Rob. You're getting a little ahead of yourself. That was only first game. It's a best of 3.
You're right. You're right. My bad.
Wait one moment.
Smack's keeping me on track here. My bad. Baulan's like, dude, I didn't even get to play my second game yet, bro. It's like, don't worry. I wouldn't have picked Ezreal if I knew it was going to be my absolute last game. I just wanted to limit test here. But now that will probably change up the bans here. I think either Akshan must hit the bans or Baulan is going to opt into doing an Akshan mirror matchup, perhaps.
You know what? I think this is a perfect time for a little bit of an update. Let's go Akshan here and Ezreal. Yeah. There we go. Thoughts, Rafa?
Oh, yeah. I definitely agree. I think Akshan... Because Akshan, while his range is nowhere near as long as, like, Tristana's or Caitlyn's, the mobility that you get, plus the fact that you have, like, so much ways to get burst of damage, and your ultimate affects both champions and turrets, like, that is just a huge boon in plus already.
That's a smart one for sure. I put Ezreal down here after that one. I don't think we need to see any more.
Just, I think the big criteria is that if you're going to be a range champion, you
got to have wave clear or damage, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Ezreal has either.
I mean, Ezreal has damage. The problem is that the damage is not passable through minions outside of True Shot Barrage. And I think that is the big key. Because Orianna...
I think it takes too long, too.
Yeah. Orianna, like, arguably has damage that, like, is kind of low in the beginning. But you can at least pass through minions. So you can damage both the minion wave and the champion if they're sitting in it. Whereas Ezreal, like... I think she's high A tier. She could be S tier, but I think... Because, like, for me personally, like, I would put Morgana S tier. Because you can just... If you want to be super boring, you can just W the wave.
All right, well...
not S plus.
Sorry.
Yeah,
you know what? You know, we should just preemptively put in S plus. Anyway, we'll have more updates as we go. We're back in more Yasuo, and it's a grasp one.
And look at this. Baulan had banned the set away, instead bans the Akshan away, and so now we get to see what this set priority was all about. I think he did get some buffs recently on base stats.
Ooh, okay. I gotta say, I do like this matchup for Set. I feel like he just has more durability and can withstand the Yasuo all-in. It's just going to be about like what he can do in this wave and if he's actually able to play into it. Because for Sandvich, he does need to actually control it and not get super low, which he... Actually, you know what? That actually works too, because you have the health regeneration passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this matchup makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Set's passive health regen is redonkulous.
Mm-hmm. How many donkeys do you think it would take to be fully redonkulous? Like on a scale of like 1 to 10 donkeys.
A whole pack.
How many do donkeys travel in packs?
Well, you like
I don't think I've
strap
ever
them.
seen a wild donkey.
No, they're usually on like a farm, or you string them up and they're like, you know, labor animals. They carry cargo type of thing. Well,
All right.
Sandvich and Baulan. Yeah, I mean, already the passive regen is coming in clutch, because we saw Sandvich probably dip below 300 health 4 times already, and he's been able to sustain up quicker than Baulan has been able to sustain off of grass with the Undying. Oh my
wow.
God! Just right on the tip.
That's quite a bit of damage. No flash on the set. You know, this is a champion where I think it actually might be better to take flash because you can redirect your ultimate, but maybe he's not really too bothered with it. Yeah, no, he's not bothered at all. Where you go now?
Oh, he has to walk away to the left side, but Baulan cannot get close. He needs to build out the flow shield before he looks for another interaction or a trade. And Sandvich still has honey fruit, man.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is so brutal, and he's already back up plus 300 health. This is the 5th time. Oh my God, Sandvich, relax, bro.
Don't even recall, man. Just stay here. You got way more HP. Gotta force the base from the Yasuo. Nah, yeah, you can't recall right there. Yes. I thought about it for a second about like what you would use the flash for, and if Sandvich is just gonna ult underneath the turret, then yeah, flash isn't gonna do anything for you. If you can live that, then you can live anything.
Dude, Sandvich is almost already back to full HP. This is ridiculous. All right, set's got to be S tier. I want to see like a set versus Akshan matchup before I'm like sold. Yeah, I feel like range is the only thing that can beat set, because you have to constantly poke at him so that he doesn't get to make use of the passive.
I'm thinking that this is just a really good matchup for set. Also, like I was saying, you can survive Yasuo's all in. And I think you are just too much of a stonewall to oh, and man, this is a matchup where I think Sandvich is going the items that, like, he's doing the build that we saw in the first game against Yasuo, but he's actually on a champion that uses the items better, I think. So this I like a lot.
Tabby or steel plate caps, Bramble Vest. So already, like, Baulan is not going to get as much value in terms of the sustain war against Sandvich.
Yeah. This is good.
Yeah.
I like it quite a bit.
Man, it's so brutal for Baulan now. Like, you have to goad Sandvich into your tower and then clip him with Last Breath at this point. I don't know if you are going to win, like, short trades. You're not going to win. I mean, all-ins might be the closest thing you have, but it might be too late with the items that are built on both of these champions now.
Right. We're again seeing also that Sandvich is playing really well with the wave and is able to deal just so much damage to the structure. Okay, well, this is the ult. This is the timer.
Okay. And Sandvich can't really go for an ulti. The fact that Baulan is positioning himself into the tower, he knows that Sandvich would be fully committing for a dive. And that is not something that Sandvich wants.
Yeah, no barrier anymore. He could want it now. I feel like he does want it now.
Yeah. Oh, good flash.
Necessary for sure. That was way too much damage on the Haymaker. Especially if Sandvich is maxing it first, which I feel like you do on set in this matchup.
Either that or Facebreaker.
Oh yeah, I mean you could. I don't think it does a lot of damage if you do that.
It's the cooldown, really. Being able to have more uptime on it creates a lot more opportunities to just get your flurry of trades in.
Right. Okay. I can get behind that. Well, either way, Baulan Sama continues to struggle to keep HP totals up. I mentioned it that the HP regen would be impactful. I really didn't think it'd be this impactful, though. This is like a lot that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm. And it's so brutal. Oh, dude.
Sunder,
I like this from Sandvich. He's going for the chest.
Oh, hey! Nice.
Haymaker max, and then Facebreaker second.
Thanks, observers.
Wouldn't it be weird if Baulan took, like, maxed wind wall?
Yeah. So, real quick, I think that Baulan just didn't know what the interaction was because you can't win well anything that Sandvich does.
Yeah.
This is one of those matchups where you just don't level that spell at all.
I actually do really like Static Shiv for Baulan here because
That's true, yeah.
You can't necessarily like win the all-ins, but maybe if you can just push the wave. However, Baulan doesn't have flash, but he keeps his distance here.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Static Shiv makes a ton of sense because you don't need to interact with the wave nearly as much, and that is clearly where Baulan seems to be struggling the most because you don't have that health regen, you don't have the sustain with this build, so you're losing the trades pretty heavily. This is really risky. I think it might have just been worth it to take a recall just to get your HP back so you can interact with the wave because you're not gaining any of the gold here at this point.
Thankfully, the honey fruit comes back off cooldown,
nice, yeah,
so that will give him a little bit of sustain. But for Sandvich, he is piss chilling right now, man.
Yeah.
This is going to happen
a lot of
every
damage.
single time. And I mean, now Baulan has like a couple of seconds to interact with the wave before cooldowns come up again, but dude, like the face breaker coming up once again. Flash, there it is. Sandvich TF2 will be able to win out. Oh, that's only one?
Yeah.
I thought he killed him already. Oh
no,
my goodness.
it's only one kill.
Wow, okay.
It's a lot of turret damage though. It's gonna be quite a bit that he's getting off of this.
You're right.
The game still goes, but that is a bad sign for Baulan for the future.
1-0, 1-0, 1-0. Okay. Dude, he actually went Divine Sunder. Oh my god. If Sandvich not only has a sustain from his health regen, from Fleet of Foot, but also anytime he goes in for trades, dude, this is such a tough position for Baulan to be in.
Yeah. I will say, even if Baulan loses this, I think we can learn something from this, because I think the Static Shiv item is probably going to be good on not just Yasuo, but on a lot of champions. So
yeah,
even if this is a loss, I think he is actually going to be shifting the meta a bit, just because, yeah, it does exactly what you said. It helps you with the wave just so much, helps you push, and you don't have to be in those trades nearly as much. You don't have to put yourself in a risky situation against an all-in champion. So I like the idea quite a bit.
Also, the magic damage helps split up your damage profile, because up until then he's only doing physical. With the magic damage crit pick, I mean, Sandvich doesn't have any additional MR, so that will help over time.
Now that I'm seeing this, like, Static Shiv, he queued the wave twice and it's like almost instantly dead. It's only not because it's a cannon wave. Like, if Baulan keeps doing this to these waves, this, like, that first kill might not actually matter that much.
I think Baulan knows that he can no longer win straight up all-ins or, you know, straight up trades. But if you can just get in and clear the wave, I mean, Baulan is trying to play off of the short downtimes where Sandvich doesn't have Facebreaker. That is the big cooldown that he's got to be careful about.
Oh man, I feel an all-in coming. Ah, you could see it in his eyes. He was really thinking about it.
Sandvich is like, could I just, you know, chuck it for the boys? Could I just go in for the ulti here?
I mean, it's a lot less to lose at this point, because it is 1-0 in terms of the kills. You're
1-0 in terms of the kills,
though.
1 in the best of 3 as well.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
But I appreciate that Sandvich is making sure that he wins this out as cleanly as possible.
And, you know, that might also mean as slowly as possible. For right now. We're getting close to fudge territory, Rafa.
I like that is what we're calling it now.
We're 3 minutes away.
Is it 1440? Yeah, it was like something 1440, right?
It was very close to 14 minutes. Yeah, it was like 13 something.
Man. Well, I can't tell if Baulan is being indecisive about how much damage Sandvich can get off. And oh, dude, no, yeah, he had to stay on this wave. There's no way. Sandvich already doing 300 HP, and then here we go. The chat play, Sandvich. God damn. That is the showstopper for sure. and still taking up the turret damage. Sandvich cleans it out 2-0 in both games in a best of 3. Now Sandvich officially moves on to the semifinals.
Nicely done there. All of our matches have been 2-0 up until this point here, so some fun stuff happening all around. I believe the winner of Molly Luan plays against Sandvich, if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe we can get a look at the bracket real quick, because that would be a pretty fun matchup. And hey,
huge!
My memory was correct.
Good job, Smacks.
Thanks. I really tried. We got both of the players with numbers in their names have moved on so far.
Ooh, there's a pattern. 1 and 2. Unfortunately for Manhattan and MTS, they don't have names, so we cannot make bold predictions. I mean, I think, you know, for both that matchup, a lot of people coming into the scene and having seen, you know, icons or the pro play, they would immediately assume, all right, MTS has got to be favored. But if Manhattan went completely undefeated, the only person so far in this bracket that was undefeated in the Swiss portion of the tournament, I mean, unless Manhattan just lucked out on all of the weaker opponents. But of course, we are not going to be looking at that matchup. We're looking at Luan and Molly, and some spicy champions already being taken off. The Yasuo and the Lucian, big ones. Renekton, I think, is another one that we should be looking at for our tier list, Smacks.
That's true. Maybe Fiora as well. These are kind of the king and queen of 1v1s in that Baron lane a lot of the time. So it makes sense that they would translate here. A little bit of a smaller lane in mid specifically compared to the Baron lane, so maybe that impacts it a bit, but we do know that Luan is very skilled at all three of these champions that Molly has banned away, so better safe than sorry in that regard. And hey, look, Fiora right over there on your thing, your background.
Hang on.
There she is. Ah! We got the Legends of Runeterra art there. There she is.
Chilling
and of
with
course,
the
she's fighting the pool party Tryndamere. There's that guy. I really like the pool noodle Tryndamere helmet. I think that's very cute.
Yeah, because it's got like the almost cartoony art of what the helmet would be. Almost if we went back to the old days of League of Legends, kind of, because I don't think Tryndamere ever got a updated splash art. I think his splash art has been
it's the same.
Yeah, relatively the same.
There was like a really old one from like 2011, I think.
Archaic one, yeah.
Yeah, but like all the champions have that, other than like Lulu. Lulu's has been the same the entire time. You know that?
That does not surprise me. Because she wasn't one of the first champions, but she came out like season 2, I believe. So
Lulu's the first League of Legends champion in general that I ever played in any game.
Wow. You know what was mine? Soraka.
Okay.
And
I would never have guessed that.
It was not by my own choice, because all my friends in the dorm were playing League of Legends, and I was like, oh, this sounds fun, I want to play. And so like I got onto a friend's account, or he like let me use his computer. I'm like, okay, what should I play here? It's like, okay, you're gonna play support, you're gonna play Soraka. I'm like, oh, what does she do? Does she cast spells? She's like, no, you're gonna play with my boy Victor, and you're gonna just make sure he doesn't die. I'm like, oh, how do I do that? You just press one button and you heal him. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
That's her.
Ooh.
Oh, very
Dude,
interesting.
Molly busting out a spicy one with the Akali. I like this.
The Molly Akali.
The
No
Molly.
flashes at all this time.
Whereas
So-
Luan DJ,
Wow.
with Graves here, Smacks, I think the question is, can Molly hold on for the first few levels where Graves is going to beat her in the push, and then get to the point where you can look for an all-in at level 5?
Right, yeah. I feel like the Akali is very execution-based. No pun intended. Like, can you actually... Are you really good in the fights on this champion? Because, like, if you're trying to kill turrets, I feel like there are there are like 80 champions that do it better than Akali does, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's really a worse pick you could go for. Even like a Soraka, maybe she only presses the heal button, but at least she's a ranged champion.
Yeah, for real.
Gonna be tough for Molly to actually win in that way, so really committing to the all-in. And maybe this is something that Molly's been doing in all the games. I think this is the first time we've seen Molly in specifically this tournament. Luan, he showed us 2 Yasuo performances in the mirror, which seemed like a respect mirror, but if we're honest, one that definitely favors Luan against Meals. But, against Molly, it's a different story.
So far, Molly's been able to overcome the first few levels of the game where Luan DJ could just look for complete push control. But you can see that Luan is trying to line up the end of the line, not just completely on the minion wave, but he's also trying to poke out Molly so that by the time we get to the level 5 mark, Luan has a bigger health pool advantage to work with.
Yeah. I like the blind positioning, just to make sure that Molly lowers options on where you can possibly go. And yeah, like you're saying, this timer where you're both recalling at level 5 definitely does favor Luan because he can come back with a fully fresh set of HP, even some magic resistance here, as you can see right there. Like, this is really smart from Luan, the way that he's playing on this wave so far. And lifesteal, great stat to have for Graves.
Molly, even if he uses an Ignite, we'll still have a little bit of Grievous Students to work with thanks to the Oblivion Orb investment.
Ooh.
Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to have... What? Dude, Shuriken backflip is not balanced in terms of the damage it puts out, man.
Yeah, but you got to hit it. And credit to Molly, he did hit it. Like, Luan was hiding behind a minion. He really had to find the angle very precisely to do it. Oh my god.
I think this is the right call from Luan. Yeah, just push the wave out. Try to not interact with Molly at this point because that was getting close. Already, if Molly was able to move up, look for a couple more 5-point Shuriken trades, and then you can definitely all in even without Shuriken backflip. You can just use it for safety purposes. Oh, really?
Yeah, favorable trade there for Luan. Yeah, you can't really do anything like dash forward now that you're underneath that turret against Luan, so I like that idea. The wave clear on Graves seems to be pretty good. I'm liking the look of this so far for Luan.
The only thing that he'll start running into as a slight problem is mana sustain. But I think there's a fleet change recently where you now get mana restore alongside health. Now,
they're preparing for Kassadin to be in the game, aren't they?
Oh god. Well, Kassadin is due on either the next micro patch or the micro patch afterwards. So it could be on 3.3a or it could be on 3.3b.
Is he after Samira and Sion?
No, I think he's the first one. I think he's the first one.
Sion is super interesting to me because, for a long time, there really haven't been any tanks that you can play in the Baron lane. It's just been like Garen, and like even if you consider Gragas as a tank, you still build ability power. Same with Malphite, right? But I feel like for Sion, you're maybe going to see a hull breaker, but I think everything else is actually going to be tank items. So, like, I'm really excited that there's actually going to be something that exists for that role where you can just fully play a tank champion.
We haven't seen... I'm waiting for the next, 5-on-5 Wild Rift competitive event. Because I want to see if Nautilus can be taken now into the Baron.
Yeah, that too.
He got huge buffs in the jungle, but I think he also got decent base stats buffs where you can actually take him into some Baron lane matchups. I don't know if he's blind pickable, but I mean, he is really, really strong. I think the only thing that felt bad about him on release was his dredge line. His dredge line is nowhere near as thick as it is in League of Legends in terms of the hitbox ratio. Dude, Molly,
that's probably
leave him alone, man.
Just both trying to recall. Okay, we're scaling up for this one to be a bit of a long game, I'd say.
Yeah.
But that's all right. You know, we're talking about the new champions in Wild Rift and everything.
This is looking like the Katarina builds that we always see from like
True.
Katarina players. The garage shop like components here. But at least Oblivion Orb and the Prophet's Pendant build into Infinity Orb. So you get the crits.
You know, shout out Truth, the pioneer of Katarina, and also I believe he was the winner of the 1v1 tournament that we did in October, right?
I think it was Dienzio.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Truth was
Our
Truth was
finalist.
close though.
Yeah, because he played the AP Recon into
Yeah,
the Dienzio's
It
vein.
It was Zio though. You're 100% right.
I remember that and thinking, what the hell is this full AP Recon? I mean, I feel like you're gonna get dunked on by Vayne. And I mean, there's a couple times where like the burst was insane, and then when Icons came around, Helios got to show in full force like why full AP mid Recon should be respected in some cases, because it's like, wow, you actually have decent AP scaling and damage with this.
Does Pastry Time know that happened yet? Has someone told him?
Oh, about Helios playing full AP Recon and winning with it against a WRL team? I don't think he did. I don't know how
I'm
much
sure TJ told him.
I've
been talking about it, though.
I'll hit up Julian after.
Yeah, he would love that.
Yeah. He'd be like, "Holy cow, this is so f***ing sick." These poggers.
He would say that. That's exactly how he would say it. Wow. You know what? I feel like he might be a little disappointed that it was played on such a big scale, and he might not feel quite as hipster, and he might just not want to play it as much anymore.
No. It never became. I think as long as AP Recon mid doesn't become like a meta pick, he's fine with it being like, you know, a niche counter pick. Oh my god, dude, Molly is getting so close. This is through a Hex Drinker and Bloodthirster.
It's a lot of magic resistance that we're playing with, but Molly, full Morellonomicon, is still chunking them.
Yeah.
Good news for Molly's chances of getting solo kills here, which you do have to do. Again, I feel like for Akali, like maybe you can get turret damage down, but I feel like it's a little unlikely. You know, I said it was unlikely. That's a lot of turret damage.
And dude, the Shuriken backflip doing that much damage. Luan is just forcing the opposition right now. He's trying to get as much burst damage in onto Molly so that if Molly thinks about looking for a perfect execution, Luan should be favored. No, he's gonna go for it. Oh my god, Molly! You're too clean with it.
Man, that was through the exhaust as well. Molly finds the first kill of this game after chunking the turret to half HP. It's so crazy how quickly things can turn around in these 1v1s, because it was kind of a sleeper for 9 minutes, and then Molly completely flipped the script. 2 items completed. I feel like this is the first time that we've seen 2 full items, but Molly is the first one to do it. No surprises here. One of our best players in all of the region, and he even gets another chunk on the turret. Wow.
I think when you look at the best like individual players, just from face value, a lot of the community talks about Lebmont, Molly, and those are the 2 big names.
Yeah, those are the 2 big ones. I think Gume gets a lot of praise too.
Yes.
But for sure, all those guys in that conversation. And yeah, I mean, we talked to a lot of those people at the Mall of America for WNS, and we had a question that we asked everybody, like, who's the player you respect most in your role? Who you think is the best in your role apart from you? And pretty much every single mid laner was like, yeah, Molly's the best. It's Molly for sure.
Dude, Molly is... The fact that he just, like, uses one of his main mobility tools over the Raptor Pit wall, and, like, technically you would think Luan should be able to get so much in that short exchange, but Molly just gets to walk around him and threaten him with, like, just as much burst trade with just 5-point shuriken and empowered auto attack. This is such a difficult position for Luan now.
It really is. Got the redemption tech that we mentioned before. to deal some wave damage. Oh my. Oh no. This is looking like maybe
Brutal.
a forced recall. You can even... Oh man, Molly's so smart by warding the Raptors too. He could threaten this. Yeah, there's nowhere that's safe for Luan right now. This is insane.
Luan is definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board for this one. I mean, I definitely liked the Graves pick for face value, but oh my god, Molly! He's the style points. Takes some time to hit him with the emote in between two towers before he finishes off Luan in the first game of the best of three.
Oh man, good stuff from Molly. The Akali, unorthodox pick for sure. It's not one that you'd expect to see a lot in these 1v1s, but yeah, like we were saying right off the bat, it takes a skilled Akali player to make that work, and that is certainly what Molly is. Well done in his first game.
I wonder now if when Luan looks back through the available champions and thinks about what is something that can like even overcome an assassin. And the thing about assassins is once they hit a certain item breakpoint, doesn't matter what your range advantage is, they have the mobility to lock you down and just completely explode you in one full rotation. But I think with the Graves, the advantage is that you get the push wave super fast, but it's not, you don't get as much harassment done onto the assassin because your range is short and your auto attacks get interfered with or intercepted by minions.
That's true. You also have the Shroud to worry about, which is annoying. But all that being said, Luan doesn't actually choose to ban the Akali. He actually keeps the same ones. I remember the Ziggs being a really big one, actually. Now that he's on our screen again, that champion was huge in Dienzio's run when he did win the entire thing. So nice respect ban there as a memorial to the fallen. I actually don't know. Did Dienzio play in this event? He wasn't in our top 16.
I have no idea. I would have to go back and look at the full roster list. But
there were a lot of people on that list. We
yeah,
had 100 players.
Over 100. So we got intel that Dienzio was not on the list. So Dienzio,
his presence is still felt with the Ziggs ban.
You
Shout
know
out
what?
Dienzio. Hope he's doing well.
Holding onto the crown of 1v1 champion through Nexus Nightmares. And even though it wasn't as many people, it was 20 of some of our best pro players at the time.
Maybe we'll see him tomorrow in the ARAMs. We'll find out.
Ooh,
or
very true.
Maybe after today's done, as we get a similar matchup, maybe after today's done, the winner of the 1v1 event will just have to 1v1 Dienzio for the full crown.
Smacks! Luan says, put down the Graves. I'm going for the Lee Sin. And the nice thing about this matchup is that anytime Molly wants to dip out with the Shroud, you hit him with the Tempest. And then boom, Crippling Strike reveals you wherever you are. You can't hide anymore from the Lee Sin.
It makes sense. I think this specific matchup, it works into the Akali. However, I think the same problems that I mentioned before about the Lee Sin still stand, right? You have to all in them. You don't really do a lot with the minion wave. And there are some matchups that are really difficult to fully 100-0 on this champion. So I think the champion, again, is going to be super execution-based. We have some of our most skilled mechanical players in this match. So I think this is going to be a good one.
Yeah. I like the skill order that Luan DJ has gone so far with. Freeform dash, I mean, ability to either disengage or go in for auto attacks. And then thanks to the auto attack reset with it, something that you had to point out to me. I still...
Are you're exposing yourself like this right now?
Yeah, I'm not afraid to admit it, because that was something that I just didn't expect to be carried over. I mean, I was already surprised with it being free form about the safeguard, but then getting an auto attack reset
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why Lee Sin still remains to be one of the best junglers in the game, and just one of the strongest champions you can have from an early standpoint. His level advantage, though, it's huge.
It's still wild to me that they took one of like the strongest historical champions in PC League and they made him better in the mobile version. Like, I get that the controls are like debatably more difficult to use, but like people are still gonna find a way to do it, you know?
Dude, he landed that Sonic Wave through the shroud. That was pretty good. That's an early ignite from Luan, just making sure that Molly does not go in. I think there's an opportunity for Molly to look for the perfect execution and either get a Summoner Spell out of Luan or force a Dragon's Rage out.
Luan is playing with this wave pretty well. Like, he's clearing it quite fast. I wasn't sure how quick he'd be able to do it. I also, just, you know, as an aside, Luan, not traditionally a jungle player. I was wondering how many Lee Sin games he's had, but he seems to be pretty good at the champion.
You know, many players, whether they're mid laners or Baron laners, often have jungle as their secondary when climbing solo queue. I think Molly historically has been starting's jungler a lot of times when they were climbing.
That's true. Yeah, I think just knowing how another role works, even if it's not like the champion specific, I think knowing how a different role than your own functions and everything, especially when it is one that interacts so directly with yours, is super valuable to have. So, like, if you're a support player, highly recommend that you play a lot of games as the marksman, just to like figure out what each champion like is capable of and what are the weaknesses of it. I think it can really elevate your game.
Yeah. If there's time, I would like to see what Luan DJ's maxing, because I definitely don't think it's his Sonic Wave. It might either be Safeguard or Tempest.
Yeah, it's probably Tempest.
Yeah. I imagine Tempest would be too for the wave clear.
I think that's just super good in this position. I don't know. It could also just be Sonic Wave. He doesn't have a lot of items right now. So.
Because I mean the last time I saw him throw out a Sonic Wave, it like barely did anything. Whoa. Maybe it's Safeguard.
Yeah, dude, it's definitely not the Q.
Oh, he wants to look for Dragon's Rage, and he could almost kill Molly. There's still a barrier waiting for him. Luan was forced to use both of his summoner spells off the back end. Oh, good cancel with the Sonic Wave.
There's still an angle for him to go in with the kick. Oh, Rafa, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting antsy. I think they're just going to rake all, though.
Luan is going for Divine Sunder. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so now this is with the grass stacks pairing with the Divine Sunderer. He is getting a lot more sustain.
Good call.
Wow, it is the Safeguard. Dude, and so when you put more points into Safeguard, you're not only getting more damage on the empowered auto tech, the one that resets, but you also get more spell vamp and physical vamp off of that empowered auto tech. So your trades are just nasty. And look at the sustain back onto it.
I don't know, the chunk from Molly is also pretty disastrous.
But yeah, it's still kind of.
Oh, okay. All right, with that one, I'm convinced. I think this is a good idea.
Yeah.
That was really solid.
You just have to dodge out on Molly's 5-point shuriken. Just strike empowered auto attack.
Oh, man. Yeah, good call on the Safeguard. Being the max. I wonder if it continues to be like not Sonic Wave. Like maybe next level he'll... Well, next level he'll probably put another point into a Dragon's Rage, but...
I could see it, because like even though Sonic Wave does a lot of damage when you execute and you're thrown out for poke, this isn't like... I think that's only reasonable if you're into a champion that's ranged, and so you just want to poke them down. Tempest makes sense if you're trying to... If they have absolutely no pushing capabilities, and so it's like, I just win by like pushing this champion under tower. But
you have to wonder if this is something that Luan does in his like ranked games. If he plays like Lee Sin top and does this, because this seems pretty practiced.
Yeah. There's moments like that. However, when Molly gets his full combo in, that is disgusting.
Yeah. Molly actually hasn't gone for an ultimate yet, I don't believe, this game. So once that comes through, like he hasn't really had the opportunity to. I think the big opportunity that he had to like get a kill, he probably would have died first because of the kick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think other than that, it's been pretty tough for him.
I like these BMs.
Touché.
Stop the recalls with the ignite, just preventing them to get tempo here.
Mm-hmm. That's hysterical. You know, I wonder. I'm seeing that everybody's taking Sweet Tooth. I wonder, like, what lane-specific things are really good to go for in the runes. Because, like, stuff like Pack Hunter is entirely useless. So like, there's some runes where you might take otherwise, but you just cannot excuse in this specific format.
I don't think I've seen anyone take Demolish so far, so that's
yeah, that could be one.
Yeah. I think Honeyfruit is a blue rune, so I think Honeyfruit just seems to be across the board the best one to take in that tree. For the red tree, you can argue that Triumph might be good if you're like going for all-ins and you get the increased execute damage. Brutal is great if you're on a champion that is explicitly going to try and end the matchup in the first, I think, 4 minutes before cutoff times for things like Gathering Storm becomes better.
Isn't there a rune that gets weaker every time you die, but like it's really good?
Oh, Champion. Yeah. Either it's called Champion or it's called something else. But yeah, you get like, okay, 16%. Oh, okay, yeah, 8% increase in damage, and then minus 4% every time you die. So once you rack up 2 deaths, then it's just a useless route.
It's just gone, yeah.
But it's gone.
But hey, if you die twice in this format, you've already lost. So
yeah.
So there you go. You probably go with Champion then.
I like that one.
Is that one in red?
Yep, that's a red one. So
yeah, it is. That's probably what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
We're mathing it out, Rafa. Maybe we should enter this tournament.
Want to have a 1v1 after this?
Yeah, we can figure it out.
All right. Another ignite used by Luan DJ trying to poke out Molly, and now he's waiting over the wall. I wonder if he just waits for Molly to poke his head out and then fishes for a Sonic Wave, tries to get a full combo in. Gotta be careful about the shuriken backflip, though. Okay. Safe to approach the wave now.
We are nearing the 10-minute mark. As still no kills or anything quite yet. I believe that Molly has the turret lead at the moment. Dealt about 700 damage. Yeah. Very close, though. 700 to 600.
Dude, we're getting into the point where these Safeguard Empowered Auto plus Tempest trades are getting really insane now.
Yeah, that's actually true. I worry for Luan that we're going to get to a... Okay. The first ult of the match, everybody!
Bam!
What is the idea behind that?
To me, it's like chip damage, but also allowing the cannon minion to get some auto attacks onto the turret.
To me, that just feels like, I don't know, maybe the cooldown is too low, but if I'm Molly, like, he just used the only thing that he can use to deny my ultimate. So, I don't know. I guess he doesn't want to go for the ult quite yet.
Yeah. I think you also have to wonder if Molly commits to, like, an ultimate afterwards. Luan still has mobility to, like, dash back to his turret. And so...
Yeah, that's true. Pretty tough. Nice dodge from Molly. Oh, interesting.
Okay, well, he still has kick. He still has barrier.
Oh, that's dead.
Barrier. There's the clutch barrier. Oh, but Molly! He managed to thread in the shuriken backflip, takes it all away. That's the first kill of the game. in a very long 11 and a half minutes, almost stalemate. These guys were so even on just a few hundred gold lead. And then considering the prior matchup, like Luan has been far closer in this one, but man, Molly now, huge lead. And with the death timers being this long, wait, does he just win?
So long, it's over. It's completely done.
No
That's
way.
Molly 2-0 on his way to the semifinals.
Holy.
That's our first turret victory, too.
Wow. Shout out to Molly winning the 1v1 once again. I do want to give a little credit, though, to Luan DJ, because not only he was one of our kind of big favorites and has been historically such a huge, like, laning prowess master in the North American scene for so long. And you can see that he put a lot of thought into the Lee Sin matchup. You know, I want to see if, like, even Molly considers, like, experimenting with it, because he's definitely put in a ton of jungle Lee Sin games, playing and doing with starting. I want to see if anyone else is going to further push that Lee Sin mastery, but now, Sandvich, you've got a new opponent, and his name is Molly.
Yep. Looking clean. We have one more matchup in the quarterfinals before we get into our top 4, but before we get that, we're halfway done with the show, so we're going to take a very quick break. But don't worry, we will be right back with some more 1v1 action, and that is going to be between Manhattan and MTS. So don't go anywhere. Be right back, everybody.
Hey, cool. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through the Rift Masters Summer Splash 1v1 tournament, where we have already seen some very, very creative and very, very spicy uses of champions on the Rift here, Smacks. And, you know, honestly, shoutouts to, Molly so far, the Akali. That's got to be one of the toughest ones to pilot, but I think my other favorite one has got to be Sandvich's use of the Akshan.
Yeah, the Akshan, I think, is going to be a really big champion to look out for. It just feels like it does everything that you could possibly want. Now, that being said, it kind of does die to Akali, but if you can manage the wave well and hit the turret, then I think Akshan might just be at the tippy top of the scale. So, looking forward to that. I also have to throw in the shout out to the Yasuo Static Shiv. I think that item is really smart to deal with the minion wave better.
Getting almost uninteractable minion wave push for free is going to be an edge for any melee or any physical damage champion that can squeeze that into their build. It's going to be huge, obviously, for champions like Akshan, Lucian, even Tristana. I think Caitlyn would also be a huge benefactor of that one if she is played. In fact, why don't you pull up the tier list as we're getting ready for Manhattan and MTS's 1v1, because we have to put in Lee Sin and Akali now in there. I think.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Akali, like Molly made her look like S+. But I think in reality, she's like a...
I don't think she could be lower than like this, right? It looks really good.
It's like... Face value, I would have said
looks
Akali
like
was
MTS looks pretty good at it too.
High A tier, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think here's the thing. I think the only people who are going to play Akali are going to be really good at it.
Sure.
So I think she goes up here at least.
Sure.
Maybe like up here. What was the other champion that we were talking about before?
Lee Sin.
I like Lee Sin. I think he's at least here.
Yeah, he's definitely... Like, I could see a world where he is also S tier. I'm trying to think about if he could interact into Yasuo really well. I think he could. Like, if...
Yeah, I'm convinced that we should bring Yasuo down.
Does he? I think he beats Orianna, though. Like,
Yasuo does? Orianna seems pretty alright. I'm kind of high on Orianna.
Yeah, it's just because, like, recently I've seen Yasuo's just have an absurd amount of, like, base damage and being able to push the wave so freely.
Really good.
Oh yeah. Set one was a banger.
I think Graves was pretty good too.
I feel like if we put Graves in S tier, then Yasuo has to be
here.
Yeah, I don't think Graves
is...
Gragas
I'm kind of blazing through these.
yeah. Gragas definitely A tier. I'm not sure if he's S tier because, like, I think that matchup was super doomed for Zenith until Muju walked up and gave Zenith like a huge burst combo. Because I feel like Tristana should win that matchup just to the range and the push advantage. And just once you give Gragas an opening like that, it's like, oh man, dude. But Gragas is insane burst.
There's no way to make a D tier. I was going to make a D tier and put Braum in it.
You know what? Absolutely no Braum whatsoever. Ooh. Varus. We forgot about Varus. The heck?
Yeah, interesting. Okay. So Varus has a lot of poke, and he can definitely clear the wave well. It's just, does he survive an all-in? And I think the answer to that is no, but I think he's good enough at the other things where he should still be quite good. And we already know that Orianna's quite nice.
Yeah. I think the nice thing about MTS is you're not only going to get huge poke advantage with your spells, but it also combines naturally with getting huge wave push advantage as well. But the fact that MTS is like taking the wave pushing slow means that he wants to get Manhattan closer so that he can have more range to work with, so that Manhattan has to walk up in the wave and gets easily hit by the spells.
You know what? Shout out Manhattan for rocking with the pool party skin. for the event. If you're gonna pick an Orianna skin that isn't Star Guardian, you gotta make it thematic to the Summer Splash.
True.
So good work. Also, yeah, this is the player that we haven't seen play really any games, but they did win all of their matchups in the 1v1 lead up on Thursday. So we have a lot of stats on this player, but not a lot of tape quite yet. So I'm very excited to get that in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Manhattan getting a lot of hype built up around him. So far, handling his own against MTS in this matchup. You know, strangely enough, as we got closer and closer to Icons, Varus and Orianna became a common Dragon Lane matchup. Funny enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Did we ever get any more Lux? Did we get anyone except for Rest playing the Lux AD?
Oh, yeah. No. So, when we went back and VOD reviewed a lot of the WRL playoff games leading up, a lot of players were like going for Lux bot lane as a common like go-to mage. It was like Lux Morgana. Ziggs was obviously the go-to, but Ziggs was banned out a lot, and so then Lux and Morgana would like fall through, and those would be the ones. Oh, wait, that's a huge miss from MTS. Manhattan doesn't have enough mana to look for a shockwave though. Only a command protect is the last one. Barrier, good flash from the piercing arrow. Oh, summon Harry proc.
That's insane. They're both so low. Okay, MTS, does he have enough mana to use a spell? I don't think he does. He's just on the minion wave. All right.
It would be so crazy if like the minions, instead of attacking the turret, they're like, yeah, screw this guy, and just all start attacking MTS.
He's gonna live for now, though. All right. That was ridiculously close. And the excellent dodge on the piercing arrow from Manhattan, or the Chain of Corruption, I should say. Actually, both. He dodged both of them. Really good dodges all around from Manhattan.
Good movement. Yeah. Really good movement from Manhattan.
Blade of the Ruined King, Varus is the option.
You know what? I like that because you become less reliant on hitting your spells for like consistent poke damage. And so now, like, the base numbers in your queue should be enough to push the wave. But now you can, like, actually just match Orianna through auto attacks, and you'll have to sustain as well off the wave.
Yeah, right. I think it makes sense. I mean, MTS was already dealing a lot of his damage with the auto attacks in that last trade that we saw, too. So I think it makes sense. MTS, known for playing bruisers who auto attack quite frequently. So...
Oh, Chain of Corruption lands this time around, and he is stacking up those Blight stacks. Another auto attack or piercing arrow. No, he is just laying down the damage with the shockwave, pulls him back in, flash away. Oh, just one more auto attack from Manhattan. That is the first kill of the game, too.
Holy moly, first kill of the series. Manhattan getting in there onto MTS, player that we just sent to Icons. And Manhattan is here playing the Orianna. I gotta wonder, like, what role does Manhattan play when he's playing ranked? You know,
I definitely want to know more about this guy. I mean, this is huge. This is a way to make a name for yourself, being able to take down one of our representatives from North America at Icons, or the first ever Wild Rift Global Championship. So now let's see if MTS has what it takes to recover. This is already now super down in terms of stats, and Manhattan gets to slap him with the wallet advantage.
Feeling like the Orianna is going to become a staple here pretty soon. We already have one player moving on into the semifinals that is playing this Orianna pick, and now Manhattan shows us in the first game that we're seeing, at least, maybe more. Again, we haven't seen all of the games for Manhattan. This is the first one that we're even seeing, and there have already been, I believe, 9 matchups if you count the quarterfinals that Manhattan has won. So pretty wild. Maybe Orianna has been the big one that Manhattan has pulled out, but maybe there's even more hidden tech that has yet to be discovered for this player.
Maybe we should move Orianna up to S tier.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You know, I'm
I'm gonna do it right
Like,
now. You won't get the visual for it, but I'm gonna do it right now. Orianna is in the S tier. Everybody needs to know this, and you know, there's still room for her to move up.
I'm just surprised that she's able to put out this much damage. Like, when I remember her at Icons, it didn't seem like she was able to put out this much damage off of the one Luden's Echo power spike. Oh, good chain of corruptions. Okay, but nice exhaust shockwave pulls MTS back in. He has the honey fruit to be able to dash back in, but Manhattan's taking it to him. Another Manhattan! A nail biter for sure. It seemed like that last auto attack from MTS was about to clip him, but it is Manhattan that comes out on top with the 2 kills, and that is the first game over to him.
Through the honey fruit healing too. How much damage does this Orianna deal, Rafa?
Crazy
Wild
stuff.
Man, I cannot believe that. And yeah, like, Orianna, not super well known for dealing absurd amounts of damage, but the all-ins that we've seen from this champion have been completely unmatched.
At least early on, yeah. I mean, like, we know Orianna is like one of the best late-game scaling mages in the game, and those shockwaves can be cataclysmic for teams past 15-20 minutes when she's got 3-4 items, but she's like chunking them out off of just Luden's Echo or Luden's Tempest. So like, maybe it's the champion rune, the 8% increased damage.
I think that actually might have something to do with it, because that's not something that you would really take in a competitive setting most of the time. I feel so.
I would love to see what the rune loadouts or choices are.
It's got. I feel like champion just like fits this so well that if you're not taking it, you have to have a really good reason. Like some other thing just like works really well with your champion. But
yeah, I mean, so like the other rune choices would be brutal, which gives you the flat AD or AP. Gathering Storm, which I think the Gathering Storm breakpoint versus brutal is at 9 minutes. I think once you pass 9 minutes, you get more effective AD or AP than you would have taken brutal.
But I feel like even that is going to be less than what you would get from champion.
Yeah,
so.
Right. Just going down the board. Vampirism is another one, but Vampirism kind of sucks because that one's reliant on getting stacks of like unique champions killed. So, and if it's only one, like that one blows. Triumph gives you healing and increased execute damage. But yeah, I think champion is the best one for 1v1 for sure. I think the only so like champion honey fruit seems to be the best 2 in slot for the respective tier choices. I think the only other one you could like argue is Demolish if you're consistently like pushing the wave as a range champion and you're not going to get affected, or like Mana Flow Band. And I'm not even that. I'm not even that convinced about it.
Maybe Mana Flow Band, but you can just recall. So
yeah, because it's totally not Mastermind. Completely useless for this mode. Not Pack Hunter, completely useless.
Pack Hunter's terrible.
I definitely wouldn't use the one that gives you more movement speed outside of combat, whether in the river or in the jungle. So like, yeah. Now I think the last rune tree is the green one. So you either have Hunter Titan, which gives you a flat 20 health, and then an additional 100 health based on stacks. So I don't like that one off the bat.
Yeah, you wouldn't want Hunter, I don't think.
There's Adaptive Carapace. That one seems really good for early game because you're getting a flat 50 health, and then as you're low, you're gonna get adaptive MR or armor based on what's the majority of the damage that they're putting out to you. And so
that's probably what it is.
I think the only other one you can argue is Bone Plating. And Bone Plating seems to be one that a lot of champions are taking right now in the laning phase.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that one seems like it would flex. We're getting word that this matchup has the exact same bans as the last one. And wouldn't you know it? It's true. They're all the same.
Manhattan definitely has done his homework on, signature champions from MTS. Whenever I think of MTS, and when he was making a run at Nexus Nightmares, and of course his time during the WNS Season 1, Riven, man. Riven, huge champion for him. This Jarvan is also something that he particularly used a lot during the middle of the WNS season. We didn't see any more Jarvan during the end, and definitely not during Icons, but I know lane Jarvan with the Summon Airy, just continuously poking them out with the flag.
Yeah. It would be really funny if MTS, he played champions that matched his name. What if he was a Malphite Tryndamere Singed player? But no, we're stuck with Riven and Camille and Jarvan. Yeah. Whatever. Maybe so he'd be our RCJ.
RCJ. See,
our CJ is my husband, but
True. Whereas I think for Manhattan, based on the bans, Lucian, Akshan, and Yasuo, I think Manhattan is more than likely a mid laner. Or at least just knows mid lane pool enough. Yo!
hey,
Camille Zed!
Zed is really interesting. So, okay. I haven't looked at the champion stats that much, Rafa, but I know from Horizon Cup, Zed was by far the best mid laner.
Yeah.
How much Zed did we get at Icons?
We actually didn't get that much Zed because
Really?
the main problem that Zed ran into is going up against champions that would build Hullbreaker. And so that eliminated his ability to consistently get assassinations off. It's not to say that we wouldn't ever see Zed. I think some of the best mid laners would play Zed. Helios was a big Zed player and made a name for himself playing Zed in solo queue before he got onto RRQ. I think the FPX mid laner also made a huge name in some Zed games. Neon was a decent Zed player as well. But the thing is, when you're going up against mid laners like Jace, Lucian, Corki, and they're all building Hullbreaker, then you can never consistently get a 1v1 against them. So you have to play around assassinating the dragon laner or looking to roam with your jungler. So, and already one thing that we don't talk about that often is if you play Zed and then the mid laner just locks in something like Renekton, Garen, Camille, or even Riven, because then these melee matchups are super hard for Zed. Zed excels into ranged champions because he has the damage to take out a squishy.
Well, I was gonna say that it's good for Zed in this mode because you can't build Hullbreaker, but you certainly can still select a melee champion. So
Yeah.
he's 1 for 2 in that way. And hadn't getting into melee range of the Camille.
Dude.
I don't know if that's preferable.
Yeah. And MTS, just knowing the Precision Protocol shield, or just his timers of his shield, he's able to block out most of the damage from Manhattan, as well as the turret shots. Dude, this is... our producer said this was going to be spicy smacks, but...
Oh!
That wasn't close.
I think he would have killed him. Recall, a little too OP. They should nerf recall. Rafa, this is the very first time that I've ever seen the control ward totem.
Oh, really?
No, actually, that's not true. It was in Icons, wasn't it?
All good stun here. Does have the flash away.
Oh my god. Was control ward in Icons? It was enabled there, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, never mind. This is the first time I've seen it in NA.
Oh yeah, because it wasn't enabled at that time for WNS season. We see our first ultimate being used by Manhattan, almost taking out MTS completely, and that was because MTS had not gotten a chance to get a recall off. before Zed came back, taking that time to get some turret damage down, get some tempo.
Some big damage across the board. I think that was a chain vest for Manhattan, so not super dedicated to the all damage all the time builds that we sometimes see from this champion, like the Ghost Blade Black Cleaver style. He actually is dedicating at least a little bit to defense in this specific matchup. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's a Death Dance rush. That's, I mean, I don't think it's that's pretty decent into most melee matchups. The only caveat for MTS is that he's getting true damage off of the empowered precision protocols, so it doesn't always like benefit him that well. And the tactical sweep, I guess that might be like the biggest benefactor, because that is percentage max HP physical damage that he is dealing, and that is a majority of the sustain that MTS is getting.
Yeah, I mean, for Destin specifically, though, you need to get a kill to really get the big healing benefit from it. And if you're getting a kill, you might as well go for damage instead in this specific mode, right? So, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, but he has built it all the same. And yeah. Oh, wait. Look at this. We get a nice little tech check here. It is the leg sweep rush for MTS.
Yeah. So for tactical sweep, I've seen this a lot in a lot of Camille laners and even junglers as well, rushing maxing sweep. And at first I was like, why? Because you're not getting more healing off of the tactical sweep. And it's really just the base damage and the cooldown that gets increased. But
yeah,
if that is a majority of your sustain, then in this case it's a very nice way, because you're not getting that much benefit off of maxing precision protocol. And for the hook shots, like, you don't need to go in for these super aggressive trades anyway if you just continuously poke him out with sweep.
Yeah, I like it. Makes sense. MTS, the Camille expert in North America, I feel.
You can't recall? Boom.
The BM Ignite counter is up to 3 now on the stream. This is my favorite counter.
Yeah.
Is that a... Oh, that's the Carapace, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Because it was determining... Yeah, that's determining whether he gets additional armor in that spot.
Huh. Alright.
Dude, this is brutal.
You just use the ultimate to dodge a spell.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Because I think Manhattan, Manhattan knew as soon as he got hit by that, MTS goes in with Hextech Ultimatum, kills him, and then, gets the kill lead. Because he can always disengage over the wall with hookshot.
Yeah, really smart, but also, you know, feels really terrible to use your ultimate in that position. Definitely necessary for Manhattan, so props to him. I was concerned that Zed wouldn't be able to take the Raptor camp that fast, but he actually did do it. The only bad news is that he is now 300 HP against a precision protocol.
And he's dead.
Boy. Yeah. Oh, the question mark penguin. Man.
That's a personal favorite of mine. I definitely use that a lot in solo queue. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of a little rat when it comes to those moments. Like, if I come in and I outplay someone, I'm definitely throwing that up.
Oh wow.
Yo, wait, MTS with the Divine Sunderer. He's just pushing to the end.
It's dead. There's no way the man can get to this.
Wow.
That's a 1-1 scoreline here. We're going to a game 3.
We're going to a game 3. Pogger smacks.
That is also, Rafa, the very first 1v1 that Manhattan has lost. He is undefeated up until this point. Yes, it's not the series, but that is an individual game that Manhattan has actually lost.
Yep.
He may have met his match here with Michael Taylor Stover.
All right, this is what the Honor of Kings laning training has brought you for. This is now your moment, MTS, to bring it home. And for Manhattan, now he has to consider, do I have to switch up one of my bands with the Akali, Riven, Jarvan and take Camille off the board now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because
I think it works really well into Zed.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if you go back to the champion that Manhattan won with, which was Orianna in the previous game, you think about the Camille matchup in the Orianna, and while you will always have the range advantage as Orianna, I think the tactical sweep might be enough to match poke onto Orianna, and you can always dodge the shockwave with Hextech Ultimatum. You just have to be in range. If you're in range of Orianna, and then you see the channel shockwave, you dodge it with ulti.
Yeah, I think it could definitely go both ways. Orianna seems to deal a lot of damage, so I don't know. It's tough to say. I feel it's not super unlikely that we get the Orianna versus Camille matchup here in the third and final game. And maybe if that's the case, we can see it play out in front of our eyes. But yeah, I also would not be too surprised if Manhattan did decide to dedicate a ban to that Camille. We'll get to see right in front of our eyes again what Manhattan's response is to losing. That hasn't happened yet.
Manhattan put in a moment of adversity for the first time in our RiftMasters Summer Splash. MTS showing why he was considered the best Baron laner in all of the WNS, and I think from across the board in NA for the longest time. This is someone that you cannot sleep on, and he has a legacy of prior just mobile esports experience that builds upon it. So for MTS, one game away from making it to the semifinals and joining our other semifinalists in Zenith Rank 1, Sandvich TF2, and Molly.
Would be pretty fun. I am looking forward to it. We get to see this third and final game very, very shortly. And, before we get into that, Rafa, can I just point out... No. I wasn't even going to say that. I was going to point out that Horo that we have as our logo, absolutely styling. Look at his glasses.
Oh, yeah. He's got wonderful sunglasses. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so are they sunglasses or is it goggles? Because he's got a snorkel.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm also a little concerned that his mouth might not be big enough to reach the snorkel.
That's what he looks like. Oh, wait, hang on.
Poros are my favorite. Yeah, can you? Oh, it's too dark. I have got a Poro back there. It's pretty. He's pretty like locked up in the cupboard there.
In the darkness. He's getting Nocturne ulted right now.
So yeah, maybe so. Close your eyes and picture this. So you've got in my office here, we've got a bookshelf, and on the top shelf we've got a little Ezreal figure. He is right here. Right there.
And Smack's just coordinating. I do want to bring your attention to something though, Smacks. So we were asking if Manhattan was going to ban this Camille from MTS. Boom! He has dropped the Jarvan ban for it. Now, I don't know if this means MTS is immediately going to go to the Jarvan. I think the tactical sweep, sustain, and poke is such a deadly combo. I don't know if you get that much mileage out of Jarvan constantly poking with Swag Flag. Or
Jarvan also sounds terrible into Orianna. That sounds like an instant loss. Because if you ever Cataclysm, you just get shockwaved immediately. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, you don't even have to move your ball. You just command protect, shockwave, boom.
So, yeah, I don't think this is a Jarvan angle for MTS, and I'm glad that you were right on the bans. I'm glad that Manhattan went with that decision. We'll see if he goes for the Orianna again, and so he does. But MTS shanks it up, goes for the old classic, the Garen.
It is the Garen. You know what? This champion is just so good, Smacks. Like, like anyone that comes over from League of Legends and then looks at the absurd amount of Garen games that get played in pro play, they're like, dude, is
Man,
Garen
doesn't
like
have HP.
Yeah, like, and people will ask, like, dude, is Garen like, is he like Omega buffed
Here it
in
comes.
Wild Rift?
Boom.
And they're like, we're like, no, he's the same champion in League of Legends. It's just more brutal.
Yeah.
I think that the base stat difference like is actually felt here.
Yeah, I think so for sure. The biggest thing, one of the biggest changes in terms of base stats from PC to mobile is that mobile has way more attack speed on every champion. And I think Garen is one of those ones that benefits a lot from it. Just because he likes attack speed, but also attack speed does make his spin more. That's just the thing that happens. So,
Get more ticks.
yeah.
We're getting to the point of the matchup, though, where Manhattan can actually withstand and match some of the trade now that he has access to all 3 spells, whereas MTS was just kind of dunking on him level 1 and level 2. Just run up, boom.
Demacia! Ah! You know, he's kind of the same champion in Legends of Runeterra as he is in all the other games also. You know that?
I did not know that.
He's just a stat stick, doesn't really do anything, but he's just big. That's it.
I think MTS's big goal now is if he can get Manhattan chunked to the point where Manhattan is forced to burn the exhaust, because then you are guaranteed a kill opportunity when your ultimate is available. Because if you use the ultimate when exhaust is still up, you might miscalculate an all-in onto this Orianna.
It does deal true damage, so it's not the ultimate itself isn't reduced by that much, but everything else is. You're 100% right on that. So I like the idea for MTS. Maybe that's what he's considering.
Back to standard. Some components have been picked up here for Manhattan and MTS respectively. I know that Manhattan is going for the Ludens once again. MTS, I'm not going to lie, I did not catch the items that he bought.
I think he's got a phage. I think.
Oh, okay. So, probably Black
Which is
Cleaver.
pretty normal. It's pretty normal for Garen to get a phage. However, what's not normal is that it's not going to be Hullbreaker because it's not allowed.
Correct.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest with everybody. There's not a lot to talk about when it comes to Garen. he's got a big sword. He might
runs
be able to
in.
all in.
He dunks you. Bam.
Yeah.
And so for MTS, it comes down to how much of the poke he can withstand and attempt to dodge when he ever goes in for trades. Because you have the movement speed from your first ability running in. And if you get that big bonk off, I mean, that's a huge amount of damage. And it equalizes what I think is like 1 full spell rotation from Manhattan if he lands every single ability. Whereas you just equalize it in one ability.
Yeah. He's at a range disadvantage, though. And as you mentioned before, with Manhattan having access to all abilities, it actually does matter quite a bit. Because you have the slowdown for Manhattan to keep him at bay for even longer. As you see right now, you can even get more auto attacks with a Clockwork Windup. This is going to get tough for MTS pretty quick. As, yeah, you can get that silence down. But, yeah, the return is just... It's a lot for Manhattan. So once the Ludens comes in, we might be in some dire straits for good old Michael.
Now, the one thing that MTS will have an advantage of is he's not dependent on a resource bar. Manhattan is running out of mana, and MTS is just worrying about health. Now, MTS does want to take a reset here, because his health sustain isn't as OP as it does get to be. I think, like, once you hit level... I don't remember what the level breakpoints here for MTS are. It might be once he's level...
It's a number higher than 7.
Yeah. So, because I know level 5, he... Oh, wow, he maxed his spin just for the wave clear. I like that.
Yeah, I like it too.
He because there's 3 points where the passive regen only comes into play once you're like outside of combat for a few seconds, and then the next break point is like, yeah, you're still have to be out of combat, but the combat regen or out of combat regen is much more. And then once you hit a certain level, you're always regenning an absurd amount.
Yeah. Ooh, this might be it. That's a lot of damage.
That was a sick trade. And thanks to the Black Cleaver movement speed buff, oh my gosh, he's going to look for it, and then boom, Exhaust comes out, looks for the dunk, that's the first kill, and he doesn't even go down! He waits to use the damage reduction from his second ability to block out the damage from the second turret shot.
All right, MTS making things interesting, and now, wait, he's dealing a ton of damage to the turret with the plates up. This is the first time that we've actually seen this happen. 3 plates for the Garen. That's actually quite a bit of gold, right? Because you get stacked there too.
Yeah. So the plates are different now. They're more like League of Legends plates now, where it's 5 plates versus 3, and with each plate you get the resistances increase.
Okay. I mean, you can see he's up 800 now. And oh wow, look at that. The plates ran out, so Manhattan doesn't get to do the same thing. He doesn't get all the extra gold.
It was actually a little scary though, because the plates ran out, that meant the resistances also went down, and so Manhattan was actually doing a significant amount of damage. Yeah, he doesn't get as much gold, but if it wasn't for the redemption from MTS, there's a real chance that Manhattan would have been at a point to like actually win off of the recall.
Wise itemization from MTS to prevent that win condition from Manhattan. However, as long as the turret is not at 0 HP, you're still doing good. So it's still great for MTS. And, you know, that only matters if there are no plates. And the fact that MTS actually did get his down while that happened meant that he was able to purchase the redemption. So it's a plates diff, Rafa.
Manhattan's going to take this recall.
That's 4. We have had 4 BM ignites to cancel recalls. Oh my god. A BM redemption. That's its own entire separate category, I feel like. That's a much bigger thing to use.
I mean, he's working with a solid 1,000 worth of stats.
Yeah.
As well. Dude, is he just going to walk up and get a plate here? Dude, Manhattan forcing the shockwave onto him, not only clearing the wave, but getting some damage down. Dude.
Garen might be the truth. I hate to say this. You know, I just mentioned that there's not a lot happening with Garen's abilities, but this is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, dude.
No,
he's just going to go for the all-in. Oh, it's a flat. Oh my god, yeah! MTS! This is why he was one of the best, if not the best, Baron laner from North America in the WNS. Manhattan, props to you. You definitely put up a good fight, but it is MTS that will advance to the semifinals.
Wow. Love that look from MTS. It's not the flashiest, it's not the most interesting, but it's just so effective. And it works well to his skill set, too. You know, he's got so many reps on this Garen champion. And, you know, it's not something you go up to people and you're bragging about, like, yeah, you know me. I'm a professional Wild Rift player. I played 3,000 games of Garen.
At the Wild Rift after party, you're not going up to the clubs like, yeah, I am. I did have, like, the highest win rate on the Garen pick. Yeah, but you know what? It works. And that's why, like, early on, you know, like, there's certain windows where, like, the first level 1 at Garen trades absolutely phenomenal. You just walk in, bonk, what are they supposed to do? And then afterwards, it's kind of a rough laning phase for Garen because he isn't ranged. You do get kind of out-rotated in terms of spells. You can't walk into the wave safely. But then as you get your items in, and as you get the level breakpoints in, where your regen just starts outperforming, we saw it right there. And there's multiple times that on the back half of a trade, he sits back and then all of his health comes right back. It's too tanky.
It's pretty nice. And, you know, that brings MTS to a reverse sweep against Manhattan, who was previously undefeated, and to the semifinals. We will now take a look at on the bracket. And yeah, I mean, we have had only 2-0s up until this point. This is the first time there's been a game that has gone all the way to 3, but it has resulted in a matchup with MTS and Zenith and Sandvich and Mali. 3 players that we know very, very well from the WNS and the Summoner series before that even. All these guys were a part of that. And also Sandvich, who is here, and we haven't seen a whole lot of before, but he did take down Baulan in a really solid 2-0 and has earned the spot in the semifinals. As a reminder, the further you go in this tournament, the more you get out of the prize pool. So big deal for all these guys that they're up here.
In fact, let's take a refresher on that prize pool. And
look at that.
Shout out to our production crew, already on top of it. So, for the members that did get knocked out in the quarterfinals, they will still be walking away with $200. But now, for our semifinalists, they now are playing for upwards of $400, and it will be determined by whether they finish 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st place.
First place walking away with $1,500. Woo! You know what? That's an amount of money that is worth playing Garen for. I'll say it.
Hey, listen, when money is on the line, you know, there is no shame in whatever you pick. I know we were kind of memeing some of the tank builds and whatnot, but at this point, it's a legitimate strategy. Do what you got to do to win, as long as you're not cheating. No cheating. In this household.
Cheating's not allowed. We'll catch you. We're watching all the games now, so we'll see it. And Garen, selecting Garen in Wild Rift is debatably not cheating. So
debatably not cheating. Come on, man. I wouldn't be ashamed to play Garen. I mean, like, where are we putting Garen? S+? Oh,
we're getting him up there.
I'm trying to... I feel like Garen is on the lower end of S+. Like, I mean, which is where you have him. But yeah, I feel like he would be, like, super high S tier. I wish I could see what happens when you put, like, an Akshan against a Garen. Because...
Yeah,
then
that could be tough.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get that in our matchup of Zenith and MTS. You never know. Why does Nautilus look so cool in this? Look at him.
Dude, because, his splash art is completely different in Wild Rift versus League. It's, so... You know what? You should put Camille in, S tier? She's really good at melees. I feel like Zed has to be... I feel like Zed has to be, like, B tier. It didn't seem...
You don't think it's that good?
I mean, like, in theory, he should be, like, in the same range as Akali, where it's like, if you're a super skilled Zed, and then you have enough assassination damage. But I feel like he loses to Yasuo, he loses to Lee Sin, he loses to Gragas, he loses to Graves, because they're all, like, champions that, like, can face tank and melee, and then they either have better wave clear than him, or they just, like, outpoke him before he actually gets to assassinate you.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Oh, you know who should be at the bottom? Rengar.
Oh, man. Yeah, no bushes kind of sucks. Now, if this 1v1 was in the top lane, Rengar would be like, you know, a solid A tier. But the lack of bushes kind of sucks. We are in the ban phase for Sandvich and Molly, our first semifinal. And Molly's like, no, Garen, don't even think about it, Sandvich. That champion just sounds like absolutely unfun. Complete unfun. And we're into it.
Ooh, Caitlyn.
Our first Caitlyn game.
She's here. Yes. Caitlyn from Arcane.
Yes, Max. Caitlyn from Arcane.
All right. So we've been hyping up this champion a bit. I think the big reasons why we're excited to see this champion are the really long range and the turret taking capability because of that.
Yes.
And I think it should be supplemented pretty nicely if we do see some static Shiv purchases. I think either one of these champions is going to get a lot of benefit from that item. We'll see if they actually agree with that. I feel like it's super good, but we'll find out.
So far, if she is level 2 and she has traps as one of them, then either Piltover Peacemaker or Piltover Caliber Net is going to be the other one. I like Sandvich is actually stacking up the wave slowly rather than just completely shoving it out. He wants this to be a huge wave crash. Okay, so it's
going to be big, yeah.
Peacemaker and Trap were the first 2 spells. Molly has to like go into the wave and try to thin it down, but it's so hard because now that Sandvich has been stacking up combat time, he even has Grasp of the Undying as well.
Oh, wow.
I like this a lot.
The wind wall. Beautiful, beautiful play from Molly. It's not something that is like very glamorous. Again, you have to work with what you're given in these situations, and it's a very isolated matchup where you're working against one champion, all the minions in the wave, and the one turret. And Windwall is really good specifically against the ranged minions, and there were a ton of them there. So Molly gets to deny all of that damage, work in it, and get all these trades back. This is just such a smart play from Molly. You know, Rafa, I'm really curious, like, do the players know what champion they're playing against when they pick their, like, summoner spells and stuff?
That was something I was wondering as well. Like, if, when it gets to the last pick, is it blind, or, like, do both players get to, like, either see, or... I would imagine that either one person has to pick first and the other person, like, gets to react afterwards, or it's just a blind pick. But
it is just a blind pick. We've been confirmed by our lovely producer, Tasty Bacon. Shout out to Tasty Bacon.
True. Shout outs to Tasty Bacon. All right.
I like Tasty Bacon a whole lot more than not Tasty Bacon. But anyway, yeah.
That is a fact.
It is entirely blind. The reason that I was curious, by the way, is because Molly did take Flash, and I think Flash is really good into a ranged matchup. But if he didn't know if it was going to be a ranged matchup, this must just be a read on his part, because I don't think Flash does a lot for Yasuo without being against this.
I will tell you one thing, though. It is much harder for Molly to get Grasp of procs than it is for Sandvich. And the other thing, too, so Sandvich, when he took the Honey Fruit, he didn't get the extra gold and the healing, so he's not running the Honey Fruit room. So now I'm curious if Sandvich might be the first person that opted in for the Demolish rune in this matchup.
So one thing about Caitlyn specifically is that her range is so big that sometimes you don't get Demolish to work because you're not actually in the Demolish range, even though you're in the auto attack range. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about. We'll have to see if it actually comes to fruition.
Yeah, because Caitlyn, she can play way further back.
Yeah.
But like for melee champions, obviously it would just happen like immediately. But it's a problem with Caitlyn. It's also a problem with like Tristana sometimes when you get super late. But obviously if there's no champion there, it doesn't matter. So we'll see. Anger builds.
Dude, Yasuo's got some edgelord like voice lines on this skin. You know,
he knows his audience.
Yeah, when it's a normal vanilla one, he's just like, "Death is like the wind, always by my side." It's like,
you gotta get the grovel in there.
So when it comes to like lower pitch voices, that's a little bit harder for me to get because if I try to go lower,
I can go for it. Here, let me see if I can do it. Let me see. Death is like the wind, always by my side.
Actually, that's not bad. No, I can't. I can't. I'm like thinking about it in my head, and I'm like, no, I can't. And I'm not gonna... See, the thing is, I can't get into that like low baritone range. Otherwise, unless I'm sick. If I'm sick, then like I can actually get there. Otherwise, there's like a break point where I'm trying to go lower and lower and lower and lower. And like, it just cuts off. And the only way I can go lower is
if I do something like this and go super demonic,
Yeah,
And
I
then-
getcha. Well, Yasuo's not. Well, he is kind of a demon in this skin, but even then, I don't think he's like.
Our producer's like, never do that again.
We need a Tasty Bacon. Can you sneeze on Rafa real quick a couple of times so he like gets the
No.
the cold voice and he can.
No, I don't want to get a cold. I don't want to be sick.
Just a sneeze or two. I think that'll do.
No, stop. We're not encouraging getting other people sick. We're in a pandemic, man.
Oh, yeah. Let's pretend I never said anything.
Molly went for Blade of the Rune King, so has the extra attack. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Ooh.
Molly almost baited Sandvich in there, going into the Raptors, and then just dashing immediately back on over.
I think by the way, I think we're just out of frame before when Sandvich ate the honey fruit because he did just get gold from that, so he does have sweet tooth. Oh, that's
okay.
That's a turret shot.
Oh,
Oh!
Molly! I mean, Clutch Mint, the clutch wind wall, and Sandvich. I don't think he had quite realized it at the time. Going in for the rest of the full combo, didn't get a chance to back off, and Molly clinching the first kill with the flash.
Nice from Molly there. Getting that first kill gets him a nice boost of gold. You can see it's 1,000 already off of that one. Some nice extra items picked up. There's the crit glove. The high roller crit glove that we love to see from Yasuo. Sandvich has already been rocking with some crit with the Bloodthirster from before, but now it's an even match. Okay.
Dude, oh my
God.
Molly is
Is it
fearless. Not quite yet, but now it has put Sandvich at a point where he cannot leave. Because Molly will be able to take the turret successfully.
Oh.
And Molly's just walking up, daring him to approach. He can't.
Just walk into the raptor pit. Can he get the dash over the wall? He doesn't even need
I mean,
to.
he'll just sustain off the Raptors with it too, and proc the second Steel Tempest. Oh my god.
Wow. This is wild. Molly's Yasuo. We might have to bump Yasuo back up to S tier.
It's one of those picks, man, where like, if you know, we can theory craft all day about what champions would be good, but at the end of the day, it's not about the champion. It's about the pilot.
True. I watched Top Gun recently. I know that.
Hell yeah.
The new one's pretty good.
I've heard good things about Maverick.
Yeah, you should watch it. Oh, that's an Ignite. You know what that is? The Ignite was used because he thought the Sandvich was about to take the honey fruit and it would have cut down the healing.
Oh, I can buy it.
Didn't quite get the read correct, but I think that's what he was going for there. Kind of a genius move, if you ask me. Just slight misexecution.
You know, I think Molly not opting to just go through the river and through the bushes and just forcing his way through the lane. It felt like an ego moment. But, I mean, the way that Molly has been able to get the first kill... Oh, no, you know what? Molly, you can do whatever you want, man! Burning both of his summoner spells. The third Tempest does not quite land. Sen, he still has a flash to work with, and I think... Dude, I think he's going to go for it. Yeah! I saw it! He was ready for the EQ flash, and he gets it down. That is the first game going over to Molly in our best of 3.
Let's go, Molly. Off to the finals. Well done on the Yasuo. Woohoo!
Oh
that was just game 1. I did it, Rafa. I did it as well. He needs one more win to go to the finals.
Yep. Dude.
We each got one, you know? It's okay.
I will say, when I was thinking about, like, how he still had flash, and he's dashing through, and he left that one minion up, and it... Like, we didn't have time to, like, articulate it out, but we both saw it in our heads, like, oh, we know what he's about to do. We know what he's about to do. And, oh, boy. Molly, you are something else, man. That was filthy. And I thought Caitlyn was going to be, like, this super, super obnoxious pick. We already saw that in the theory and practice, how well it did work for almost the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah. It was a good pick. I still think that Caitlyn has its value. I just think that matchup in specific is pretty tough. Because you have to deal with the wind wall. There's a lot of sustain that Yasuo has with the shield that he gets, so you can't really easily poke him out. And it might just be something where if you know the matchup going in, then Caitlyn is really brutal in some specific things, but she might just not be that catch-all where, because it is blind pick, you don't really know what your opponent's going to go for. Maybe it just doesn't quite have that same stinging effect as it can get in some matchups, because you can't guarantee that. I will say, it's probably pretty good into things like that Akshan that can probably bully other things out, but Caitlyn, I feel like, might have ways to match Akshan. So maybe it's an answer to a top tier, but it loses a lot of other matchups. I'm thinking about this in like a fighting game terms, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day for these 1v1s, which is why this is such a fun part of Wild Rift.
Yeah.
Something that we don't get to explore that much in, normal 5v5.
You remember how in the Super Smash Bros. Brawl, the tier list was just Meta Knight, and then the next champions or the characters were like, who had the best matchup into Meta Knight?
Dark times, man. I don't... that was not a fond part of competitive Super Smash Bros. You know what? And that's why
I like
Melee
to think
still
that is... I like to think that is where the term meta comes from. Because it's just that Meta Knight was the meta. That's probably not true. In fact, it absolutely is not true, because it definitely existed in games like StarCraft way before Brawl was even a thing.
Yeah.
But it is very fitting that his name was Meta Knight, you know?
It does prompt now, when did the term meta actually come into play? Like, what was the conversation? What was the first term used for finding things that were meta, So, I'm pretty sure that meta is an acronym. I'm pretty sure it's like most effective something. I'm most effective tool
certain.
available. Most effective tool available.
I think that's what it is.
Wow.
Because the word meta means something entirely different. So I'm fairly certain. Yeah. Most effective tactics available. See, Tasty Bacon's got it for us as well.
Most effective tactic available.
So it is an acronym. It's not just like a word, but it is also a word and a brand now. But yeah, it is still really funny that Meta Knight's name is Meta Knight. Anyway, there's a new ban on the board here, Rob. Sandvich.
It is the Yasuo.
Oh,
well. Now we get the Karma and the Ziggs. Now, Karma wasn't something that even flew on our radar.
Yeah.
And I know the Ziggs, we lightly talked about it, but now this is Karma with Grass with the Undying, too. Oh, my goodness. I'm a big fan, though, that people are catching on that Grasp seems to be like a super effective rune to run in this.
So Karma's a champion that works really well in 1v1s in PC, but that is because she has healing in PC, and she doesn't have that in this game. So I'm really sort of struggling to piece together what this does. Grasp I get, her auto attacks feel really nice in this game. But you don't really do anything with your root. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Maybe Sandvich has some cool tech for us, but I feel like this is the least powerful champion that I can see that has been played just as a baseline so far.
I think her base numbers in Wild Rift are just absurd at the moment, and I don't remember if she got nerfed going into the new season, but if you're able to time your shield correctly, and that's pseudo sustain, even though you don't get healing off of the empowered root anymore. or at least in versus this one. At least you have an ultimate now. You can throw it out, and it's pretty long range, and it's a decent poke.
True. Not entirely wrong. It is just so interesting the way that Karma exists in both these games. It's also interesting that Sandvich is very nearly dead and is dead.
Yeah.
That's slightly more interesting than what I was going to say.
Yeah. Molly, man. He is balling.
Yeah. You know, if Molly wins this, we have double Sentinels finals, right? Or no, we haven't seen the other one yet. Sorry.
No, we have not.
I was getting things crossed because there's still
MTS
Zenith.
and Zenith. Yep.
Yeah.
But there's the potential for a Sentinel solo lane showdown in the finals.
It'd be pretty fun.
If Molly wins this. Now, Sandvich, you're not out, but you are down a game and you're down to kill. So this would be the long road ahead of you now.
I also I feel like you pick Ziggs because you want to kill the turret. And Molly already is like one step ahead of that. Okay, the donut is here.
Huge damage. It's also huge damage from Molly. Okay, you know, the all-in, not bad. However, Molly also has a barrier to work with. So, I mean, it's not bad. Just...
You gotta deal with the monstrosity that is all of Ziggs' bombs, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is why we weren't big fans of Karma mid lane at the tournament. We like Karma support really fantastic because you don't have to worry about pushing the wave as much. You can let your AD carry or dragon laner worry about the wave, and you just focus on being obnoxious and poking around. And you have great roaming capabilities. Like you can speed yourself up. Wow, Banshee's Veil. Okay.
It's almost certainly there just for the magic resistance, because you are not keeping that shield against Ziggs ever. He has a 2-second cooldown bomb that he just throws on your head. Okay. The all-in's still there.
Yeah.
We're seeing it in front of our eyes. Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, my goodness.
The
and the barrier's still available from Molly. Molly not even close, baby. Throws up the earth. And Molly will clean out Sandvich. And a sweet 2-0. Molly advances to the finals, where he will now await the winner of MTS and Zenith.
That's back-to-back Rift Masters, or no. It was Truth last time. I keep forgetting. But Molly's doing it, and I am a big fan. That was a great game. I'm glad we got to the reminder of why Ziggs is so good. He's winning the all-ins. He's so good at taking the turret. He can manipulate the wave however he wants. This champion just feels really solid, and it again shows us that Molly just has so many layers as a player. You showed us a couple of games of Akali right off the bat, and now he's playing more stable mages rather than the assassins here. Like, this is just really good performance all around.
Yeah, the range on Molly is absolutely huge. We're going to take a look at the bracket now that this semifinal has resolved. Molly is now sitting up in that final spot. But for Sandvich, he's still got one more match to play out in the third place match, so they can determine whether he will be slotting in for that third place prize money or the fourth place prize money. And so that does leave us now to seeing the match between MTS and Zenith. Now, these two players, not only, we have MTS, our hyped best Baron laner in all of the WNS, in all of NA. But also Zenith. We go back to the story of meeting Team Ailish for the very first time in Minnesota and talking to them. Why did, when we're putting this team together, what was the story of recruiting Zenith? It's like, dude, this was the only person that we wanted. If we didn't get Zenith, then half of our players wouldn't even want to come onto the roster. They thought that Zenith was by far a better Baron laner than some of the top teams projected for the WNS championships. And so now this is the time for Zenith to be able to prove that. No jungle interference, straight up 1v1s, man.
Without Zenith, we wouldn't have had the Alish versus Cloud9 upset back in Minnesota, because the team wouldn't quite have existed. So a lot of history on this player. A lot of history on MTS as well. One of the only Baron laners to ever go to an international event here in North America. So a lot of cool stuff on the line for these two players. They're taking their 1v1 down to the mid lane, you know, as fitting as it would be to have the 1v1 happen in the Baron lane. That's just not how the rules work in this tournament. You got to be able to hit those Raptors. And the Raptors are in the mid lane. They're not in the Baron lane. Sorry, everybody.
Got to get access to those chicken nuggets as well.
Yeah,
I think we've seen really good use of the Raptors anytime you are a champion that has built-in lifesteal, or if you're building lifesteal, the good way to sustain yourself if you can clear the Raptors successfully, and also just give yourself a little bit of a gold stimulus to hit that next item point if you can manage it.
Mm-hmm. Some good stuff going around with those Raptors, but we can't open up to any other games. You know, that's not allowed. What food item do you think a wolf would be? If Raptors and chicken nuggets.
You know, I'm already kind of...
Don't get too deep into this. You know, we don't want to be sad.
Let's just remove the image of wolf being eaten.
Okay.
Because like Raptors, it made sense because it's a bird, and it's like, okay, we eat turkey, we eat chicken, like, you know. Let's say we'll pretend instead of a wolf, it's like a deer, maybe venison. You know, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
kind of hard to say. But I'm thinking, like, you know, I feel like the Krugs are like rock candy, you know.
Oh, okay. Let's say wolves are like otter pups. You know, the frozen like popsicles. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Same.
Yeah, nice.
And it's a good summer like treat. You know,
yeah, we got
frozen
chicken nuggets. We got popsicles. We got rock candy. Maybe some scuttle crab legs.
I'm down. Scuttle crab legs. Yeah. That's seafood. Brambleback, red buff, and blue buff. Blue buff just seems like giant rock candy. A jawbreaker. Jawbreaker for blue golem, and then for brambleback.
It's like a lizard. I don't know.
I'm doing my weird thinking face.
The brambleback. I think. So it's got to have some spice, right? Maybe it's just like some peppers, because it gives you red buff, you know, and red buff burns.
What is a spicy food? Like
some peppers. Maybe it's just like you can make some.
But a pepper
some brambleback chili.
I feel like it's got to be more than peppers. It's like, because it is a big meal, or like a big something. Because that's like with the blue buff.
The brambleback's probably got some meat on them, you know.
Yeah, maybe like spicy jerky.
I
think some type of.
It's got to be some kind of like chili or like gumbo or something that you can make with a brambleback, you know. I don't know. We have a few interesting bands here. The Jace taken off the board for MTS. He has the Camille up again if he wants to go for it.
He does.
That's available.
Camille and Akali. Zenith more concerned about the Varus and the Jace versus those two picks. MTS noting that Zenith probably is very familiar with a lot of the ranged matchups. And also, I think after MTS having to play against Orianna, even in the Garen matchups, like, he had to work for it. So let's see. Oh, he's just running back.
Oh.
It's WNS all over again. Oh my god. We're back
in Minnesota. It's the lore matchup. We got the God Kings. They even have the matching skins. Look at them.
Yeah. The lion
Wow.
versus the wolf.
Hey, back to the wolf conversation.
Can you give me your best wolf? Awoo.
Ow!
All right, my lion roar is something like oh no, that's not a roar. It's like a growl. Never mind, I can't get it.
It is hard to like make that sound, you know.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, no, I don't think humans. Are
I've
built
seen
for
some
that.
voice actors like get the lion roar. I'm like, dude, what are you doing with your voice in order to get that? So while this matchup looks super boring because we saw this literally in every single WNS regional championship Baron lane matchup, there is a lot of intricacy to it. You, as the Garen player, you need to make sure you are clinging on to the Darius inside the circle so that he doesn't get the empowered damage and healing. Whereas Zenith, it is all about trying to slow down the Garen after he goes in with the initial trade so you can wind yourself up for those bleed stacks and then look for longer all-ins rather than the quick bursts.
Yeah, very diametrically opposed trade patterns and all-ins and everything, even though it looks the same. They both have the big dunk move, but you get to that dunk move by doing very different things. So
Yes.
absolutely right there. Yeah, Zenith really likes these long extended fights, but MTS little love taps with the silence. You use his health regen up.
More like tough love taps.
Yeah.
And it's not the most pleasant thing to be bonked in the head by a very sharp object.
Yeah, I think Noxus versus Demacia also it gets a little personal there.
Yeah.
So. Again, man, I've been playing a lot of Legends of Runeterra. The lore in this like universe is crazy.
That is nice that you get to really explore it in Runeterra. I think Wild Rift and League of
Yeah.
Legends, that's like the one thing that you don't get to really... Like, they'll have, like, story events for the champions. So, like, the Star Guardian one, there's, like, a ton of lore in there that I didn't even know. And so when I
Yeah.
watched the Everything Goes On music video, I was like, yo, this
Dude,
is
it's
so
crazy.
sad. They're, like, and I didn't
know.
realize what the lore story behind it was. But I think they did such a good job of communicating the emotions for someone that doesn't even know it, right? So,
Yeah. So, do you want me to explain it to you?
I think that's a can of worms we can open up another time because we're getting to the
5
point.
BM ignites.
We're getting to the
I can
point
give you the very brief spark notes of it if you'd like.
on the next recall because
right.
I can feel that these two want to go for an all-in sometime soon. I
They're
can
spinning.
just feel it.
They're going for something here. I think Zenith is over it. Oh man, the tension is high here as both of these guys are trying to get into the finals matchup. You know, there was an angle where MTS leaves the wave as it is, and the cannon minion kills all of the blue ones there, and then Zenith is denied all of those minions. But I think in this situation where every bit of turret damage counts, I think this makes a lot of sense also.
Are both of them building Black Cleaver first?
Probably.
Oh, it's Iceborne
okay, no.
Gauntlet from Zenith. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, how much Iceborne was there at Icons?
Iceborne
my-
wasn't an item yet on the patch.
Oh,
It came in after.
Huh, interesting. Is that? I'm pretty sure they just reworked it.
Yeah, they just reworked it. So
Because it existed. It was a Sheen item.
yeah, but
I remember
get back
building it
to
on
it.
Ezreal. Oh my god, they're dunking.
and the bleed. Oh, Zenith was looking for
So
the flash
close.
spin.
Wow, MTS didn't expect that, because if he did, he would have responded with a flash of his own and actually got the kill. But Zenith, unfortunate there, whiffing on the Decimate. Man, that was close. Anyway, yeah, Iceborne definitely existed before, but they changed it.
Existed, but it wasn't like it wasn't the same item. I think because there used to be frozen mallet before,
Right.
and then they removed it, or maybe that's when they changed it to Iceborne, because they're like, no, we can't have Frozen Mallet in this in this game again. But now Iceborne Gauntlet being completed, I'll say Iceborne Gauntlet is like jacked on stats. Like there is a ton of good things on this item. There's like a decent amount of armor, a decent amount of health, a decent amount of ability haste as well. I think that's like 25, maybe 30 ability haste. That is ridiculous.
That's pretty nutty. I'm gonna look this up. Yeah. Not that I don't believe you. I just need to see this in front of my face.
Yeah. I mean, I would want to fact check me too.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
No. Oh, no. I myself personally, I wouldn't want to fact check myself because some of these items I never build, and so like when it comes to things like lease-in items, like of course I'll know because I built these items every single game, which is like Black Cleaver, Ghostblade, Divine Cinder, Death Stance, Maw, and GA, and then Stasis.
Ralph, I have bad news for you. Iceborne Gauntlet is still the Sheen item in Wild Rift entirely, and you are thinking of PC.
Well, no. So it was, and it's still a Sheen item right now. But what I'm saying is there was a Frozen Mallet item in Wild Rift, and then they removed it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they changed Iceborne Gauntlet in this game because it didn't. It used to only build out of Sheen and Glacial Shroud, but now it builds out of Sheen, Glacial Shroud, and Kindle Gem. Oh, wait a minute, God. Zenith! Zenith, I thought MTS would have been able to like flash out of that one.
This is why casters don't do math on stream because we missed the kill. I was too busy looking up numbers.
I mean,
Zenith, though.
Yeah, this is huge. I think the combined slow between the crippling strike and then of course the empowered auto attack as well from Iceborne Gauntlet gives you enough sticking power. Can you tell me the stats on Iceborne Gauntlet again? Just like
it's a bunch of mana, like 50 armor and then 20 haste.
Okay, it's not 30. I thought it was 30 haste, but still like 20 haste, like solid amount. You look in comparison to Black Cleaver, right? I mean, that's also 20 haste. I don't remember how much health. I know it's like 40 AD, maybe 50.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
at least at one point it was. I think they bumped it down because everyone was building it. Didn't work.
They are nerfing
Everybody's
Divine.
Still
they on the next patch, the micro patch, they are nerfing Black Cleaver, Divine Sunderer, and Death Stance. Like,
okay, that's good.
All those bruiser items need to be toned down, which I think is very necessary.
Angle.
Dude, Zenith.
Wow.
Zenith
He's doing it, man.
He has overtaken the momentum now in this matchup.
Yeah, so something very interesting about this matchup specifically is that the thing that it's known most for in isolation in a 5v5 is that Garen eventually is a tankier champion, but Darius deals more damage, like spread throughout a fight most of the time. Because you have all this damage that you can stack up onto the front line, and then you get your resets off with your bleed stacks and then also the ultimate. So in isolation, Darius should deal more damage than Garen. I say that as
that's a decent amount of damage, but MTS might have been pulled far too forward. Zen gets the ball up the flash! MTS thought he calculated enough damage into that account, but Zenith is the one that wins the first game of our last semifinal.
Okay, MTS is gonna have to reverse sweep a second time in order to give us a Sentinels versus Sentinels finals matchup because Zenith is smurfing it in the 1v1 so far. Double kill there, no turrets needed whatsoever, and it's the standard Baron lane matchup that everyone knows and loves. But Zenith is doing it here for us live, Rafa.
that is an example of why Team Ailish wanted Zenith so badly on their roster. This is, and you know, something, while there's still, you know, potentially, there's still one more game, potentially two more games if MTS is able to win this next one. I think this goes to show already and start the conversation for, assuming there is a second North American Wild Rift season coming in the next few months, or if it doesn't start until next year. I was looking at the way that Ailish were performing, and considering that this was a team that came together at the very last minute, like for the last chance qualifier alongside No More Ego, and they had leveled up so fast in such a short amount of time. And I think the champions that those players were willing to play and the skill level that they were expressing at the time, I thought to myself, I would not be surprised if Ailish became a top 4 team by the time we get to the next season. Maybe even top 3.
I mean, they already were, right? They were already in that top 4 spot. They were 5th to Suzaku.
They ended 5th, lost out to Suzaku by that time.
Pretty close.
But like players like Tyrant in the jungle as well. Like, he was the only person that was bringing out Aurelia jungle when that had been proven in the Southeast Asia region as like one of the best junglers to take in terms of like farming. Because by the time you hit, like, you blaze through the camps, and then by the time you hit your first item in Blade of the Rune King, you're a monster on the Rift.
It's true. But you know what else is true, Rafa?
What's that?
We got to do some landscaping here real quick, because we just had an S+ champion lose. So we gotta consider this. Does Darius go here, or do they both go down?
I think Darius can. I feel like both Garen and Darius would either be high S or they're both an S+, right? Because because the other thing
what if we do this? Does that look better?
Yeah, I like this. I like this for sure.
All right. Any reordering you want to do while we're here?
Probably put Yasuo and Camille higher up, I think.
Okay. Like in this realm here.
Yeah. Maybe we can move Ari down a bit.
All right. We haven't seen her yet, so.
Yeah, so could be wrong on that aspect. We haven't seen Morgana either.
Set looked pretty good into Yasuo though. I kind of feel like
I think good. I think like Yasuo does well into mages, does well into marksman. That is not Akshan or Lucian. I still think that like Tristana should be up there.
Yeah.
But the one time we saw it, you know, we didn't see it like be played to that much effectiveness. And then just going down the board for other marksmen, I guess we have to put Varus somewhere. We'll think about it. We'll think about it later. Now, this is a change up. No Darius ban, but MTS is now going for the Akali this time around.
Ooh. Something that we saw pretty early on from Molly, his mid laner, maybe sharing some secrets between the two of them.
I mean, they're definitely contenders for some of the best Riven players on the server. True. Both on the same team. Might be the same for Akali as well.
It's like that one image of like, you think Ringo's the best jungler in the world? And they're like, I don't even think Ringo's the best jungler. You think Ringo's the best drummer in the world? It's like, I don't think Ringo's the best drummer in the Beatles.
Yeah. He's just there. Man.
Pretty good.
Dude,
anyway.
I'm always surprised by the amount of damage that comes out of early trades from Akali. Like, I always think that there's no reason for her to have this much, like, trading potential. But the fact that MTS is now using the movement speed to dance inside the range of Zenith's Decimate, this is I mean, this is brutal early on.
Ooh.
And we know Akali just gets stronger and stronger once she hits the perfect execution.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough so far for Zenith. I do want to mention also, you talked about MTS and Molly both being really good at Riven. Debatably, neither of them are the best Riven on their team. They also have Sheesh.
Sheesh, right.
Maybe there's something over there at Sentinels. They really like Riven.
And you know, the funny thing is when Sheesh could not go to the Icons tournament, you brought in Tybe. And Tybe also has a good Riven.
Player.
Like,
yeah.
what the heck, man?
It's pretty funny. Good times over there at Sentinels.
Yeah.
Love those guys.
Sentinels will be changing up some things during the offseason, though. I think you already saw that Rest announced that he is stepping down from pro play. So, not sure if he will be staying as a coach or will be looking for other opportunities as like an analyst or coach in some other form. I hope Rest, stays around in the scene in one of those capacities because
Yeah, me too.
I think
I
Beginnings
like
I think Beginnings was also let go from Sentinels and said that he's still looking to play, but he is no longer with Sentinels. Whereas MTS, Molly, confirmed members. Tybe technically still has the Sentinels tag, but I don't know if that means Tybe is staying with Sentinels as a sub, or if they're gonna do tryouts and see if if Tybe or Sheesh will be the starter. I have no idea. I haven't talked to Tybe about future stuff, but it does mean that the bottom lane duo is open. And there's plenty of talented supports and Dragon Laners that are currently free agents.
Yeah, that's true. Quite a few of them actually. We'll see. There's a lot of fun stuff happening in this offseason. Like the Summer Splash, where we are right now, Rafa.
Hell yeah.
This is a fun thing happening in the offseason.
And this is a way for players to keep themselves, topped off on mechanics, making sure they're staying warm, and ways to continuously demonstrate their improvements, or if they're still at the top of their game, depending on the player that you are. This is the all-in from MTS, but the exhaust early, MTS will not dare to go under the tower for the second cast of perfect execution.
Yeah, there's definitely an angle where he did do that, but I think for MTS, this is the thinking that we were having earlier, where it's not necessarily worth it to trade kills in this, because you actually do value staying alive after you dive under this turret, because it's 2 kills, it's not just 1. So I think that's probably something that MTS was thinking about right there, and it's a valuable thing to consider.
Getting the exhaust down in that 1v1 makes it nice for MTS on the second all-in. I think his perfect execution will be up before exhaust is up from Zenith, respectively. And he is going for... Ooh. I think that's the Infinity Orb setup with the Amethyst Stone and the Prophet's Pendant.
The 2 items that I always get confused because they look exactly the same.
But Zenith making a good read. It's now that's a force of nature. So yeah. MTS, I don't think would be thrilled about building Infinity Orb, because that's flat penetration, and at this point he would need Void Staff for.
That's probably what the other gem is for.
Yeah.
Again, I don't remember which one's which.
Yeah. I might have misspoke that both of those items build into the same item. Because I think Amethyst Stone just purely builds only into Void Staff, whereas Prophet's Pendant, you can either build that into Infinity Orb, or you can build it into Morellonomicon. We don't play a lot of mages.
You know what? That's true. They need to put more mages in the jungle role. They need to put more mages in the support role. That's what you need
I did not jump onto the Morgana train as much. I know I did like a video on her being able to double clear or do double camps as clears, but I did not extend that into playing her competitively in solo queue. I still went Lee Sin Kha'Zix almost every single game.
A couple of my most played supports have been Mundo and Jarvan.
Hell yeah.
I don't think either of those are going to be building Void Staff anytime soon. But to give some reason, I guess, why we don't know which items are which over there. AP doesn't work in the brains here.
We would have to ask TJ.
True.
TJ.
Or I need to play more Gragas. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe we both need to play more Gragas.
I mean, I definitely like to play a lot of Gragas, but most of the items I build on him, it's like Luden's death cap, and if I get to that point in the game is won. Like,
it's probably over. Yeah.
I'm already like exploding the enemy team, and if I'm playing into someone like a Lee Sin and they didn't win the game already, I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. You had
that's the thing for support too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I've got my, I have my Deadman's plate. Have we won yet? The game should be over. Yeah.
Honestly, we started seeing some Ixtali seed jar tech at Icons.
Oh.
And that was something that I remember talking to Pierce about. He's like, you know what? Yep. At this tournament, no one is building a Ixtali seed jar, but I think that's going to be super good by the time we get to Icons. And then it was a lot of supports from the East would rush it and then go into Warbox. And so you just, like, cheap items, ton of health.
Makes sense to me. The other thing with the patch that you played Icons on, there were more plants on that patch, if I remember correctly. So slightly bigger incentive, like these ones here that you can see in the base.
Yeah.
Those didn't exist before.
I will say, I never saw anyone like make any creative plays with the Ixtali Seed Jar where they like took a blast cone and then like used the blast cone to make like a super cool creative gank angle. It was just because the stats were super efficient. So we never got anything like super cool, unfortunately, out of the Ixtali Seed Jar, like extra fruit spawn.
Well, it's also kind of a bummer because I think realistically, you're probably using the blast plant the least, which kind of sucks. But you get a lot of usage. Oh, the barrier!
Oh, that's close.
Nice.
MTS winning out in the 1v1. As soon as he was caught in the shroud, I think MTS knew he had to go for the all-in and just hope that his damage output was going to be higher. But man, Zenith. That is now 1 kill over to MTS. Don't be fooled, by the way. MTS is the one that has the first kill, just slightly swamped. But Zenith is correct that he has the first game overall under his belt. So now, the potential for a reverse sweep is in the making for MTS.
He already did it once. Looking to do it once more, as he does have the Lichbane now. Slightly different deviation than what we saw out of Molly. Maybe just matchup dependent, though. You never know. Always love seeing those little intricacies when it comes to Wild Rift, because, you know, in this game, it's always so easy to just tap on the item that the pro build gives you. You know.
Yeah.
So when you get people who are like truly innovating with that sort of thing, you gotta thank those people. Because those are the people who give you the pro builds to get to play in your own game, so you don't have to do it yourself.
That's
everybody in the chat say thank you, MTS.
Thank you, MTS. That's why I'm not playing solo queue right now. Anytime the season first starts out, like, yeah, it's cool that like technically with me ending up in D2, I'm in the same threshold of like playing against Master, Grandmasters, and even some Challengers players if like they put like Emerald and Diamond players in the same lobby. But I don't want to do that. Like, I'll do it for like one game, but I don't want it every single game, because then like I'm playing against people way above me, and I want to like beat the people that I'm clearly better than to get to my.
Well, you know, one of my favorite memories of us playing ranked together was when we queued into Just Mobile Gamer and he was playing support. I don't remember who else was on the team, but I remember JMG. I remember playing against him because I played my Blitzcrank and we completely won the lane off of my Blitzcrank level like 1 through 4. And then after the game, we completely lost after that. I didn't do anything after the first few levels, but we got out of the game and I DM'd him. I was like, hey, rate my Blitzcrank. He's like, your Blitzcrank's kind of nice. Yes. Very big ego boost. So there, you got that. You know, if you perform against the top tier players, then you can hold that. You can hold that.
Oh, good dodge
with
from
you to your
MTS.
grave.
Wait. MTS is going to look for the all-in here. Zenith is
Yes,
waiting
he
to
is.
see if he will go for the exhaust. Finally exhausting now. And that means MTS has to ult away. Good patience there from Zenith. Waiting before MTS committed the shuriken backflip before exhausting.
The last time that we got the kill from MTS, Zenith actually did die with his flash up. It didn't really do anything in the isolated 1v1, and this is sort of that issue that I mentioned earlier, where if you're in an isolated 1v1 and you just have the combat summoner spell, sometimes it does a lot more, and that's what MTS actually did bring to the table, but that time it actually did threaten a lot more, where Zenith was able to keep up with the movement of the Akali. So I think that showed us why Zenith actually did still take this spell. I still think MTS has the right idea by going for double combat summoner, though.
MTS has to complete the recall this time around. MTS was thinking about staying, but by the time the indecision came through, he knew he had to stay for that wave, because we're at the point in the game, 12.5 minutes, obviously no resistances, and Zenith has enough damage that he could push the turret in one wave. Thankfully, off of the cannon wave, it's a little harder to push through, so MTS can catch it. Zenith is now going to get his time to recall, but... Ooh, does MTS have enough time? If he tries to just... Oh no, it's another cannon wave.
No, you can't
That's
get it.
That's really fortunate for Zenith, because if this wasn't a cannon wave, MTS maybe had a shot to, like, get some Lich Bane and powered auto attacks onto this turret.
So, hear me out. MTS might have still wanted to do that there, because he's already up a kill. And the worst thing that could happen there is he dies, and he deals like 800 damage to the turret. Might have been worth it.
Right, and then...
I don't know, something to consider.
Yeah.
There is also the retaliation where the death timer is really long, and Zenith just one-shots his turret after
Correct.
the fact. So that is also something.
Yeah, that's a big fear that MTS has to be conscious about.
Blue team lost a turret.
Oh, we got to that point!
It happened! MTS won the coin flip. Actually, he won it twice.
Wait,
he won it in Baron lane and in Dragon lane.
Wow. And he doesn't even still have enough gold to, like,
Red team lost a turret.
like eclipse Zenith's like gold lead.
Oh man,
They acknowledge it too. It's like, wow, I guess all the turrets are just dying now. This is cool.
that's pretty funny.
Oh, Zenith is racking up the stacks now. MTS has to distance himself
Good
away.
exhaust.
Zenith, the exhaust.
That exhaust was necessary, I think, because if MTS goes back on the shuriken flip and deals all of that extra damage, you're definitely at risk. He doesn't have it now, so obviously after the fact, it doesn't look so great, because now he might be in danger.
Oh, he's gonna go for it right here.
Ooh,
Okay, not
doesn't
quite.
actually.
Ignite. Zenith still has flash.
Oh,
It pops the
he got
Sterix gauge.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Oh,
Zenith,
and now
Zenith
we're going
has to
in.
force it now because he knows that he's running out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't
good
do it,
stuff from MTS. That will bring us now to a full game 3 smacks. MTS
though. Oh.
calculating the final decision. And for Zenith, he knew in that moment, if I don't try and catch MTF off guard right now and force the all-in, I'm going to lose this 1v1. Props to him for identifying it. Unfortunately, it is MTS that still comes out on top, and now we are coming down to the wire smacks. And now we get to see why both Molly and MTS have really nasty Akalis, man.
Yeah. This Akali champion seems top tier. Again, we're seeing... I don't think it's lost yet, right? It's won every single game so far.
3 for
1
3.
for MTS, 2 for Molly. Really impressive showing all around. And yeah, I think it's so interesting. Like the Sterix itemization there for Zenith, it seems really good to go for, but he just didn't use the shield well. Like it didn't actually come up in a situation where he was in combat enough where it actually did mean the difference. And like you said, he acknowledged that he had used Hysteric Shield, he needed to find that angle, but the Hysteric Shield didn't actually block any damage because it was used by MTS's Ignite. Really smart stuff from MTS to use that one and then go for the all-in afterward.
Yeah.
Yeah, just clean 2-0 there in the second game, of course. 2-0 for the kills.
What does this mean now for the ban table, though, Smacks? Because MTS was able to now successfully deal with Zenith's Darius with a new matchup in the Akali. Does Zenith change up his bans and take away the Akali so that he can run the Darius back again? Or does he let MTS take the Akali and then pick something different? Because remember, this is blind pick. MTS and Zenith have no idea what the other is locking in. And before we continue, heads up. Third place game will take place off stream. So once this series is concluded, we will just go straight to the finals.
Okay, cool. I like that. We got to get into the final. I think the final's also a best of 3, if I'm remembering correctly. So we'll have that one for all the money.
Dude, MTS not even playing around with the dares anymore. He's like, no, dude, I can't. Like, yes, I won that, but even that was so hard. And that's a lot of respect to Zenith as a player and as a pilot of the Darius, just recognizing, like, dude, like, I had to work hard for this, and I don't want to chance it. So Zenith saying, yeah, well, you take away my Darius, you can't get your Garen. So now this opens things up like Riven, Camille, Akshan.
I like the Garen read still there from Zenith, because if MTS is banning Darius, that's the one champion that gave his Garen any trouble at all. So Zenith taking away Garen, I think that makes a lot of sense. I was thinking this entire time of like what is good into Akali and what could actually like do something into it. I think the Lee Sin sort of worked, but the issue is you don't have enough all-in, I think. So I think something like a Gragas could really give Akali some troubles if we see that one. If Zenith wants to make the read that MTS is going for Akali, or maybe even Akshan as well, it could work into Akshan. I think Gragas is a good option for Zenith to pick here.
Yeah, because Body Slam overrides almost every other movement plus damage ability. Yeah, I think. Like, Body Slam just takes priority overall. I think the only time I've ever like had Body Slam beaten out in Wild Rift, I think I ran into a Vi with her first ability, and I was like, what the heck? Normally I'm able to interrupt this in like in League. But maybe either it was the timing or like it does take priority over everything else. But Gragas Body Slam across the board is very, very good. And you should be able to cancel out the damage from things like a Shuriken backflip, Lee Sin Resonating Strike as well. I'm down for the Gragas, but I'm also down for the Akshan as well. Both. I mean, if we go to our tier list, Akshan has to be the screaming answer right now for Zenith after seeing it
could
being
be a
banned.
mirror. We could just get both of them playing Akshan. I feel like that is a possibility. Is just that good of a champion, but maybe something more comfortable. Like you said, the Riven's available for MTS, so maybe that's the angle for him. Oh my word!
We did not expect this. It is the Malphite for Zenith. And to be fair, I think Manhattan or Miruku had banned the Malphite away from Zenith, but we didn't know how much of it was like a troll ban or like a like a legit ban. But I mean, when it comes down to all-in potential, especially like a full AP Malphite, he does some serious damage. And if you remember the one time we saw Z play full AP Malphite back at Horizon Cup.
Good times. Not for his opponent, but
not for Ebro Gaming. That was definitely
oh, Ebro. Yeah, Z was kind of smurfing the entire tournament, so you'll get that for sure. Malphite. So you have the full AP option, right? And I think that makes a lot of sense. There's also the possibility that he just stonewalls the Camille and goes full armor. Like, that is another thing you can do. Because like the Frozen Heart, just removing that attack speed, because you already slow the attack speed by so much with your E. You can with your slam. You can do it even more so with the Frozen Heart, I think.
Trying to see how much of that would pay off, because right now I think the biggest thing for Zenith is whether he goes tank or whether he goes AP, he definitely wants mana in his item build, because with the Summonary, he wants to poke out MTS to a point where he gets him to that threshold that this is lethal for him. He can expend a full combo and then like just take out MTS without any reaction.
Yeah. Definitely how Malphite works in the Baron lane a lot of the time. It's absolutely what happens in PC League, but laning phase definitely lasts longer in that game, so you can really chip people down with that. It's just I don't know if it's quite the same in this game, and specifically in this format. Also specifically against MTS, because he just played the wave so well.
Yeah.
Denying the level 5 spike by setting up a full 2-stacked minion wave and getting a recall off. Really smart.
And Zenith would have loved to have been able to shove this wave back out, but he doesn't have enough time. He needs to get a reset in before MTS comes back to lane, and he's opting for AP. He's got the Lost Chapter, so at least he has the mana restoration going for him.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I don't think we mentioned this before, but there are a few other things that are banned in this mode. Things like the Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel as an item is not allowed to be built.
Oh,
so that's
okay.
why we haven't seen it in any of the games. Like you'd probably have seen it against Zed. Can't build that. You also can't build Teleport Enchant. So if you were thinking like, oh, a Teleport Enchant probably would be really good to get back to the lane, that's also banned. Along with Hullbreaker.
Good foresight from the tournament owners or the TOs, because I think like that would have been like, I don't want to say lame, but yeah, it'd been like, man.
Oh wow, he went Guardian Angel and Teleport Boots. I wonder what his plan is.
He'll just sack a life and then get out, recall, and then like teleport back in for Tempo Gaming.
Yeah,
very cool.
That's not fun.
There's a point where strategy is no longer exciting for the few.
Hullbreaker was definitely one of those also, so I'm glad we locked that down beforehand. Because overall, it's been a really fun day. I think the games have just been really good. We did get our game time record broken a bit ago. I don't know if you noticed, but we did get into the 14-minute mark.
Oh snap!
So it's just been a fun time though. I like hardly noticed, but I looked up and I was like, oh, we're past the fudge marker.
You know, it's something crazy. I asked Tybe near the end of the season, like, hey, I'm trying to push for Masters. Like, what do you think is a really good jungler? And he told me, dude, Malphite jungle. I'm like, stop the cap. Like, why are you messing with me? Like, no, I'm serious. Like, you can clear the jungle super fast. You hit level 5, best ganking tool in the game. I'm like,
true.
Type, I said, I'm trying to push Masters, not trying to push gold, man. Come on. Like, like how bad do you think I am? And it's like, I'm like, I want to see you play Malphite jungle first before I, like, do it. And he has not shown me yet. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
All right. That sounds like some cowardice from you, Rafa, to be honest.
What? Why do I have to try it and risk my LP? Like, I'm down to try it when I'm, like,
he's giving you some solid advice. You know what the champion that I ban every single ranked game of all of my entire life? I've played, like, 400 games of ranked. You know what I've banned every single time?
Master Yi.
No, it's Malphite. I banned that every single game. It's too simple. And when you're not on comms with your team, that is the best champion to play. Because there's only one button in the game that tells your team to go in that much, and it's Malphite ultimate.
Yeah. Dude, the poke from the Seismic Shard is actually so huge. He's hit max rank on it already after hitting level 7. So this is, or level, I think it's level 8. You get max points in your whatever ability you want to max first.
I think it's 7.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. It is 7. So I didn't believe in myself the first time, but now that we're here, MTS has been forced to recall many more times than Zenith has. That's the first time we see MTS actually hook-shotting towards Zenith.
It's true.
It's just been sweep, sweep, sweep the entire game.
Yeah. I mean, he's got it maxed out, right? He's going for all the healing and the damage and everything. Still doing it. It is mitigating quite a lot of the seismic shard poke. Or, is that what? Yes, seismic shard. I'm thinking of Talia. Seismic shove.
Seismic shove, threaded volley. Dude, if Talia was on this game, oh my god.
Talia is one of my favorite champions, for sure. She's just way too good. However, she hasn't existed for a very long time in terms of like being able to actually play her and not be trolling your team. And it's very, very recently when they were like, yeah, let's make Talia a champion again.
And she is.
So I'm glad she's back.
Yeah, it's been mixed results. But once she comes to Wild Rift, I want her to be on Wild Rift for sure. Echo,
you know what
I'm
I
so
really
glad...
want in Wild Rift?
What's that?
This is gonna sound really cringe, but Udyr. I want Udyr in Wild Rift.
Really?
Yeah. So the reason is probably something you're not considering based on your response. He's getting a rework in PC.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
When that happens, I want them to put him in Wild Rift immediately, because I'm telling you, he's going to be one of the coolest champions to ever exist when they do that. You know what they're doing to him?
Well, I think we'll have to talk about it at another point, because
That's fair.
This is really fascinating. We can't stray too far off of it. But for Zenith and MTS, we're about 8.5 minutes already in this last game of this best of 3 in the semifinals. Both had been able to pick up one game apiece completely. We're still at 0 kills. There's been a lot of poking back and forth. And I think the big thing that we have talked about is that Zenith is trying to figure out, or trying to combat, mana endurance versus MTS's health pool.
It's starting to get very difficult to deal meaningful damage to either party, I think. So that's bad news for Zenith more, I'd say, because Zenith is playing an all-in build. He's going for full AP. He does not have any armor or anything. And he doesn't deal a lot of damage to structures, I feel. So if he's going to keep using his Seismic Shard into the Camille and not the Wave, I feel like this is a losing battle. Which is interesting, because it's Scissors versus Rock, and Rock should probably win that.
Huh.
But I don't think that's true in this case.
Zenith does have a decent control of the wave state, so MTS is just playing the patient game at the moment. And with the Ludens fully completed, it is meaningful poke every time that it is charged up. The problem is that MTS can always walk up with Tactical Sweep and sustain a majority of it back up. So now I'm curious if the play for Zenith becomes just trying to poke out MTS while you have a full wave, so that if MTS attempts to all-in you in like a fully built-in wave, like you have that like threat level.
Mm-hmm. And the movement wiggles are crazy on these two. MTS just really trying to stay outside of the range of the Seismic Shard. It's interesting because MTS does have a Divine Sunder, so if he's auto-attacking Zenith, then he does actually get some healing back. I did just see a Grievous Wounds tick on MTS. I wonder if Zenith has a Bramble Vest.
He has Oblivion Orb.
Oh, he has Oblivion Orb. Okay.
Yeah. He after the Ludens, he rushed Oblivion Orb. He hasn't even built tier 2 boots yet, or at least at the time when I saw the item purchase come through.
Yeah. Okay. Zenith, ult the wave. Do it. Nah, he didn't do it.
Honestly, I would.
That's what I would have done. Yeah, I would have done that too.
And just like try to poke down the turret.
Yeah. Get some damage onto it.
And with your second ability, you deal a decent amount of damage to turrets. It's an auto reset as well, and it's an empowered damage and wave clear as well. Like,
yeah. think it would have been pretty good.
Zenith playing it
It's
safe, though.
Yeah. Yeah. He's winning the turret lead right now. So that's good.
Yeah. The last few waves have been successful for Zenith, being able to push it into MTS. Or he's hitting the AP threshold breakpoint where he can instantly clear the wave, whereas MTS, like, even with tactical sweep maxed, it's a lot harder for him to push the wave.
Yeah. And he can't even, like, get near the turret right now either.
This is so fascinating how the matchup.
I know,
evolves.
yeah.
Because like when
It's changing every item breakpoint.
Yeah, item breakpoint, and I think also when you hit like ability max points as well. Because when the ground slam was only level 1, like he couldn't do anything to the wave, and so he's just relying on poke against MTS. And then because MTS maxed his wave clear ability first, like he had the push shove. But now that Zenith is investing in the damage, plus he has the second breakpoint in his ability maxing, he can actually outpush MTS.
We are well beyond the point where an all-in is going to like do anything, I think. So I think we're here for a long time, is what I'm saying.
It might be even at the point where if you do the all-in incorrectly, it doesn't even matter if you have 2 kills to spare. That just might be the game, because if you win the all-in, you push the turn and it's game over, right? MTS is forcing it on the tower. Oh, MTS will not burn down.
Lived.
Ignite. Not enough ticks there. The fact that Zenith was so close, and Zenith wants to stay in this wave. He wants to push it as fast as he can, because he might have enough time to just win the game off of this push. Oh, he's gonna go for it. He's not taking up turret aggro. He's looking for it. It might just be enough. MTS has to stop him. That's it. Zenith will overtake MTS without even needing a single kill. Zenith denies the Sentinel showdown in the finals and is instead the one that moves on to face Molly.
There's just no way, Rafa. There's just no way that we got a 0-0 scoreline in the semifinals, in the qualifier match for the finals. And it's Zenith delivering the final blow, playing only champions that you know him to play. He's got the Darius, he's got the Malphite. What more can you ask for? He's in the finals.
And I think it was so crucial that like both players identified that it was so late into the game that if you're going for the all-in, you have to make sure that no matter what happens, you're the one with the health advantage or you're the one that wins the kill so that you can look for the push. And the fact that the Zenith was super patient, waiting until the very last moment to use the Unstoppable Force, forcing MTS to flash. Oh, man. That is well played, Zenith.
And you know what might have changed the tides there is if MTS moved his redemption a bit further up. Because if he had done that, then he actually would have dealt the damage and he would have maybe gotten that kill onto Zenith. But just barely outside of that range. It's the small things that matter in those very tight scenarios. But now that Zenith has made it up to the finals, we get one last look at the bracket before we get into our final matchup. It is going to be Zenith versus Molly. Yeah, Zenith is the denier of the Sentinels showdown. It's kind of a bummer, but, you know, that's okay, because Zenith delivered us some phenomenal games. First taking down Maruku, and then MTS. We get to see if he can actually defeat Molly. Molly completely not losing any of the games in our top 16. So has that over Zenith at this moment. And, you know, Molly does have MTS in his back pocket. You know, they're teammates.
I think this is huge for Zenith. And it goes to build upon the story that we have come to know him for from joining Ailish and from what many of the community have talked about him being this, like, dude, like, this guy is a Baron laner that needs to be respected by even more than the top teams and their Baron laners at the moment. And, you know, for some teams, like, we definitely see it could make sense, but a lot of us were very convinced that MTS still by far the undisputed. I mean, this is a off-season tournament, but that is still one hell of a way for Zenith to display and exhibit some laning prowess already, and shows why that he is someone who needs to be looked at during the offseason. If Ailish still, obviously remain together, or, the wording, if Ailish for some reason don't stay together, and Zenith is a free agent, because that was some pretty impressive stuff, man.
Yeah. And it's got him up to the finals against Molly. The two of these guys have already made $1,000 by making it to the finals. It's just the difference of first and second, and first place gets $1,500. So they're playing for $500 right now. This is a $500 money match.
An extra 500. You know what you could do with an extra $500, Max? You could buy, let's see.
Probably buy a new phone. Put it towards a new phone?
Yeah,
maybe?
Put it towards a new phone. Yeah. Phones are unnecessarily super expensive these days. Like $1,000 plus. And I'm just like, I could buy a computer with that. And there are some phones, though, on Amazon, like if you just want a phone specifically for gaming, that you can like buy a phone that is like, no, you can't put like a cellular plan with it ever, but it's just like the device itself, and it's got good gaming specs on it. So maybe that's one thing. I was gonna say, like, you could buy like
all the Malphite skins.
Yes. Dude, I think $500 would be enough money to get all the current Wild Rift skins in the game. Like you'd buy. Actually,
I don't think that's true.
Oh, really?
I think there are more. I think there are more than. No, yeah, that's definitely not true. Because it would be. Each one is like $10, right? There are more than 50 skins in the game. Like by a lot.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I thought skins were like anywhere between $5 to $8. I guess the most expensive ones are 10-ish. But I was thinking, like, if you buy in spurts of 100, which is the max that you get a ton more bonus wild cores.
Oh yeah, you
as
get
well.
extra. That's true. I still don't think you'd be able to do it.
Maybe you don't get to buy every single skin.
Yeah.
But you
get all the Star Guardian skins and all the Malphite skins.
All the Malphite skins, all the Star Guardian. I'm glad
those are the only ones that matter. You know what you could do? You could buy a Nintendo Switch and be ready for the Switch release that they said was coming.
Oh, that's good.
Now, I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. They didn't give an official date. But, like 2 years ago, they said it was going to happen. And I'm waiting, personally. I'm holding my breath.
And so I will say, this is not a leak, because obviously I'm not promising anything. But I got to meet Alan Moore in person after Icons. And and I was asking, like, hey, so when's the console happening? And he was like, we're working on it.
That's the most boring answer. No, Mark. We need more information. You can't lead up like, oh, this is leaks.
So the the thing is that the real reason is that Alan was saying there's a lot more priorities pressing on the matter of current solo queue experience, gameplay experience that they're trying to solve, and that is pushing console priority back a little bit.
Well, I can't imagine it'd be cross-platform. The control schemes are way too different. Okay, never mind. That might be an actual leak, I guess. All right, never mind. Forget I said anything.
We'll
Malphite's
see.
banned.
Yeah, Malphite has been banned. Molly saw that, and he's like, yeah, that looks too oppressive. I don't want to deal with that. So Molly has banned out the Darius, the Malphite, and the Akshan
Ooh. All right, Rafa, we have the details from Tasty Bacon himself. First of all, it's Jarvan versus Yasuo. That's exciting.
Oh.
Second of all, $500 in Wild Rift would get you 55,000 wild cores.
And each skin is like, or most skins are like,
It's like-
6,300?
It's like 1,000.
Oh, 1,000? Okay.
So the most expensive ones are more than that. So I was almost exactly right. Like if you were gonna get like the ones that cost 1,000, then you would be at pretty much exactly 50 skins.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Dude, there's fireworks
50 Wild
going
Rift
off.
skins.
There's fireworks going on outside of my house right now. I'm like, what is happening? And then I forgot, in Utah, tomorrow is Pioneer Day.
Oh,
And
that's
that
cool.
is a state holiday. You know, not
cool.
relevant to the rest of the world. But I just got freaked out. I was like, what? We're past 4th of July. What is happening?
People, you might have been able to hear the microwave go off. That is CJ making food. It smells delicious, and I would eat it if I could. But we got a finals to talk about, right?
We do.
The food can wait.
You know what? The food is already here, Smacks. It is this delicious 1v1. We're going to feast with our eyes.
Tasty. Molly Yasuo, we get to see it again.
Dude,
And
his Yasuo has been
champion.
super clean, man.
Yeah. I agree. It's really good, and even if Molly loses this game, you might want to consider banning it in the next one. I think it's that good. I did like the Malphite takeaway. If Molly's going to play Yasuo, I feel like Malphite is like the exact champion you would really enjoy playing against.
Yeah.
With the attack speed slow and burst and everything.
Yeah, that is. You go into trade with a spinning Steel Tempest, and then he hits you with a ground slam. And you're like, wait, why can't I auto attack? So I'll have to tell you a story once we're the next on recall. But for now, Zenith on this Jarvan. We know that historically Jarvan with Summon Area has been like a pick that you just poke out opponents and you're safe, and then the point is you get out of lane and then you have Cataclysm, which is one of the best ultis in the game. However, you're not really assisting anyone else, so I'm not seeing a translation of how good this Jarvan pick is going to be quite yet.
Yeah. You know what I think is really funny about Jarvan is Jarvan's Golden Aegis, right? The shield.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree it's like the worst ability in the entire game. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I think we've either had this conversation before or we've had similar complaints about Jarvan as a character where you're like, oh, that was actually a nice dodge from Zenith. Oh, wait, whoa. What was the all-in damage from there? I don't know where it came from. Got it! How do you do that much damage to Jarvan? What the hell?
Zenith, the Golden Aegis may suck, but all the other abilities can do that. And that is insane. What a well-played exchange from Zenith. Dodging out on so much with the EQ. Oh my word. He's got a full Black Cleaver now.
Yeah, I didn't realize how important dodging out on that Steel Tempest was going to be. But then he put himself right into prime position where Molly had to dash back into to disengage from the trade. And so that gave Zenith the ability to maximize his full spell rotation, and it was enough damage that he was like, wait, I can just all in. Now Molly is going to look to equalize the opportunity here. He has enough damage as well, knowing that Cataclysm is not available. He can go for a huge chunk right here.
Super low on the Jarvan all of a sudden. I don't think it's going to matter a lot. This is going to be some recalls here, but Molly does get back on the map just slightly earlier. I think I'm still in the dire straits mode where that matters a lot. I don't know if it's going to matter quite so much for Molly, but he does get the full Blade of the Ring King, so that is at least something.
So there's a little bit of a sustain advantage, at least with this now.
I was going to ask you about that story you wanted to tell us.
Oh. Solo queue. I had a Darius on my team. Kind of a talker. Just like chatting and always flaming. Hold up. All in potential. Exhaust already used. Barrier exchange. Dog from... Oh my god! Zenith actually wins! Zenith is now a game up and 1 game away from being your RiftMSTRS Summer Splashed 1v1 champion.
Wow. That was
the hell?
insane. He didn't even drop a kill. He didn't even come close to losing his turret. He didn't come close to losing at all. Ridiculous stuff from Zenith.
Dude.
And this breaks Molly's win streak. This breaks the Sentinel's win streak. He already took down the Baron laner. This is quite the performance from Zenith, all the way from Ailish, the Baron lane. This is a great game.
I mean, Zenith, this is the Sentinel's Revenge Tour. This is him going all the way and trying to knock out some of the best players from the Sentinel's roster that was in the WNS. Like, my goodness. Holy. Okay, well, this... Okay, pull up the tier list, Max. We need to put Jarvan. We need to put... We
I
need
don't
to
think we have Malphite on here either.
Yeah, we need to put Malphite on there. We need to put
Let's see,
Jarvan
let's
on
see.
there.
All right.
What the hell?
They're both at least up here, right? I think that's indisputable. So we got Malphite up here. We got Jarvan. He's here. Okay. So where are we going with these two? I don't know, man. Malphite could go higher. Oh no, he would definitely lose to these two champions.
Yeah, he definitely gets shreked by Darius and Garen.
He can't go higher than this, I think.
Yeah.
But he would be good into these two champions.
Yeah, the thing is he could potentially be good into Lucian Akshan.
Yeah.
Right? Because depending on... Oh, that is tough. Is
Yeah, it's
Jarvan
really
better
tough.
than Set and Camille? Like,
I don't think so. I really don't.
yeah, this seems all interchangeable now, and it just like there's certain like for example,
It's very
I take-
matchup dependent.
I think Garen is way better into Akshan and Lucian, even though I still think Akshan and Lucian are the most favored. But like Garen makes sense in terms of like damage reduction and just sustaining if you play the long game against those two. Whereas Darius, I think you don't have like your kit doesn't give you the tools to sustain as well because you can never get in range realistically to decimate. Whereas Garen, thanks to his health regen, he actually gets to like live through those, and then he just has a straight up true damage ulti that doesn't even need all 5 stacks in order to get access to. But Darius is super good into melee champions, and so like that is where the confusion like comes in and where it's all interchangeable.
A lot of these champions, I think everything from S up is like really pickable. Oh wow, okay, so we're taking away a lot of these ones up here.
Molly said no more
Riven on this
Jarvan.
time.
I will say that without the Jarvan, Zenith doesn't feel comfortable taking the Yasuo either. But now, for Zenith, 1 game away. This is match point. This is tournament point. RiftMSTRS Summer Splash Championship on the line. 1v1 title bragging rights. And he goes back to the Orianna. And for Molly, it is our first time seeing a Diana in this entire tournament.
Diana does some filthy things in Wild Rift, though. This champion is not to be underestimated. I absolutely love the way that she's designed in this game, and I wish that she worked like this in PC. It is so cool, everything that she does. The way that she can weave in and out of like minions by dashing to multiple targets. The charge up on the ultimate is so cool. I think they really hit the mark on how this champion feels to play, and the execution that you can get on this champion also is through the roof because of it. She does so many different things.
Yeah, I think if she had the ability to Lunar Rush to any marked target in PC, I think she would instantly become a mid laner. Like,
Probably,
100%. Because right now we have like Yasuo and Yone comps running around, and so many need for knockups, and she's like, okay, well, apart from Wukong, she's the go-to for jungle because then you can run all physical damage everywhere else, and she's your one source of AP. But man, if she could be a flex pick, like.
She's just so cool too. Like I really love her champion design and everything about her. So I'm really glad that she's like super strong and everything. And some of my favorite games to watch in Wild Rift like ever is when I'd watch like starting stream and he's just like spamming Diana for a day.
Yeah,
that's just like the best.
The starting Diana, the classic.
Yep. Good
Well,
times.
Molly, backs against the wall. You cannot afford to lose any more games at this point. Going for the tankier round with the Rod of Ages. Already the first moonfall of the game. That is so much damage already.
Zenith didn't even choose to flash out of it either. It's really difficult to choose where you're going to flash and the timing of it as well, because you can get super creative with when you choose to pop the moonfall on Molly's Diana here. It's really difficult to figure out. Oh my, look at this. Doesn't know. It didn't matter that much, but you did get a nice trade-off. I thought there'd be more explosions. You know, he's playing the Firecracker skin too.
I see what you did there. The fact that Zenith is holding his ground is remarkable. I'd definitely be like, I would totally attempting to flash anytime Molly just aggressively lunges at me like that, because I don't know if it's going to be my last one.
Yeah, you're playing for $500 here too. You got to play against Sentinel's very own mid laner on his signature Diana champion. Like, I don't know, man. This is a tough situation to be in. But Zenith is like you said, he's holding his own. He's doing very well. He's already come this far.
You know what would be crazy is if Molly, hypothetically, we're able to win this game and then we go to like tournament point for both champions. Molly busts out the Katarina from the Chalk Turtle days.
Be pretty fun.
That would be so epic. And but I'm down for a Diana game too.
Yeah, I mean, Diana's pretty nice. I think that Katarina is just like, I don't know. I don't think she'd be very good in this. But if it's Molly playing it, then like it'd be good at least. Like it wouldn't be terrible, but
I would definitely be down. So now the question comes down to how and when will Zenith decide to use the Shockwave? Oh my god.
It's so hard because you never know like where the Diana's going to end up if there are minions and like dash targets everywhere.
Oh, I thought Zenith was about to fish for the Shockwave right there.
I did too. That would have been the time to do it. Again, Lo, it's really hard to decide with all the mobility from Diana. The Rift Herald spawned, guys!
Guys, can we rotate over? Thoughts?
Alright, 5-minute rotation. Let's get it going.
Yeah.
We have ultis.
I will say, I think the most remarkable thing about Zenith's like characteristic gameplay throughout the entire tournament run has been his patience. I think there's been so many times where like I could see any other player like attempting to pull the trigger or just like looking to like try to fire a spell, or even in the face of like flashy moves from the opponent, and he just holds his ground, just waits.
Very respectable attribute to have. A lot of the champions that he's playing, like, it makes a lot of sense too. Like, you need to have that skill if you're playing something like a Darius, where you have a lot of all-in threat, but you need to find the window to do it. Kind of true of a lot of assassins too. Oh wow, good exhaust.
Cuts down on some damage. Molly going back in, but that's the Shockwave. Oh, Molly was so close to just taking out Zenith.
Man, that's one of those situations where if you have like an ignite or something, then you do get that kill there. But very defensive options from Molly in this position. Probably probably exactly what he runs in like normal mid lane matchups, honestly.
Yeah.
Where you just have the flash barrier.
I think this happens a lot. Oh, we're getting a replay?
Replay!
Yo! Look how close this was. And then last Crescent Blade that comes out. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's wild.
Could have been the first kill there.
I didn't know we had that tech.
You know,
We got word from our producer that he's been working on it today. Well, you know,
Zenith.
there's more where that came from with the ARAM tournament tomorrow. You guys better go check that out.
there you go. More money.
Same stream.
Another
Yeah,
$5,000 prize
another,
pool to play for as well.
We have some pretty interesting teams in there, too. I saw one that was, I think it's like ARAM Demons. You'll never guess who's on ARAM Demons.
Suzaku.
No, it's just all of Immortals.
Oh, that was a good flash
Pretty
note from
funny.
Zenith. He dodged out on the Moonfall. Still has Shockwave waiting to use it. Molly has a barrier as well. Finally forced the flash. And now Zenith gets time to push him away from the wave for the first time.
Wow. Yeah, Zenith, you can start to see the all-in is scaling up to be quite threatening from this Orianna. It's only going to get bigger, I feel. As Molly, he did opt for a scaling item in the Rod of Ages for his own. However, the champion by itself has a lot of all-in threat, whereas Orianna can really bully you down, and once you get super late game, the burst potential is just gigantic.
And the funny thing is that Zenith's Shockwave, because he has a little bit more ability haste with the cooldown boots that he opted in versus the Mercury Treads that Molly, it's coming up sooner, so he can threaten to just poke Molly, whereas Molly has to be more considerate of when to use the Moonfall, because it has nowhere near as the uptime as the Shockwave is.
Smart stuff all around from Zenith. Keeping his options open with that. And yeah, he's these chunks are getting wild. It's good for Molly that he does have the Pale Cascade to keep all the healing, or the shielding up, I should say. If you didn't have that, like, this champion just would not be able to survive in the lane against the Orianna. So, props there.
Both ultimates now back up, but Exhaust is available for Zenith, so if Molly goes from the all-in, Zenith can cut down on the damage, mitigate that all-in threat from Molly. And yeah, I have to go back to what you were saying, Max, about the scaling threat from Orianna at this point is becoming more and more worrisome for Molly.
You see, too, the Molly's going for the death cap. That's something that you typically will see of champions that really try to 100 to 0 burst you. And it's not like a extended team fight, or in this case, just 1v1. So Molly knows that he really does need to get that burst down.
Gets a little bit of it, and it was through or without Zenith popping the exhaust. So Zenith not fearing for his life, but Molly just trying to get a chunk out. And the fact that he gets the sustain off of it through Honey Fruit once again, this is tough.
Oh boy. Oh, whoa. Zenith could be in danger there. Doesn't have another swipe. What is that move called?
Or the Molly's passive auto attack?
No, what is it called?
What on
the
Zenith?
Crescent Blade?
Oh yeah.
It is Crescent Blade, I was right?
I think so. It's like Silver Crescent or Crescent Blade. One of those two.
That one. That move. First ability.
Oh, yeah. I think it's. You know what?
I can't believe I knew what Pale... I remembered Pale Cascade, but not...
The fact that, yeah, like I could tell you Lunar Rush and Moonfall. Pale Cascade,
I know those ones too.
Definitely not in my wheelhouse.
Crescent Strike. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I get it confused because Xin Zhao has a very similar spell name on his ultimate.
Yeah, it's like Crescent Guard.
Yeah. But it used to be Crescent Sweep, and they tripped me up with that. But it guards now, so... It's pretty funny.
Anytime you like go up against the Lucian.
Yep. The reason I know Pale Cascade is because it's a really good card in Legends of Runeterra.
Oh, yeah, she's a deck. Oh, Molly has Moonfall available, but it's just trying to see if it can bait out any summoner spells from Zenith before. This really does come down to mind games. Anytime you're aggressing onto Zenith, can you force Zenith to pop summoner spells, to pop tools before you're able to? And for Zenith, can you be patient enough? Can you wait out the damage?
Gotta use the exhaust on an ultimate, and on an ultimate that is going to threaten to kill you. That's when you really need to drop it down. And also, something to point out, Zenith is going towards the Seraph's Embrace. At that point, he actually has another tool to keep himself alive in the situation where he does get burst down, because you get the extra shielding. So another smart idea from Zenith that we'll likely see fully purchased. Oh, if he doesn't fake base, which he's doing right now.
He's going to get one wave shove
Zenith
off completely. I wonder if there's an item breakpoint that Zenith is looking for. Did you see that Molly went for Proto Belt as well?
Oh.
So no redemption, no stasis, no other defensive items. It is belt, baby. He wants the extra
knows.
Range. Oh, dude, he's proxy farming.
Yeah, this is... So the reason he does that is because he knows that Zenith has a big item breakpoint, and he's out of mana. Both of those two things mean that if you cancel the recall, it's a huge deal. Whoa.
And he doesn't have any mana to be able to fight back. Molly gets the first kill. Huge stuff. And now he's going to turn right back.
I think it's over.
Yeah, I think he gets the turn here. Well played to Molly. We're going all the way, Smacks. It is game 3. Tournament point on the line now for both Molly and Zenith.
Oh, wow. That's one of those situations where if Zenith just, like, walked back to base instead of trying to recall, I think the game still keeps going. But Molly knew exactly what window and what timer he had, because if he lets the recall go through, there's a full Seraph's Embrace, so he can't get the 1v, he can't get the kill anymore, right? Mm-hmm. And he has to deal with the full mana bar, the Orianna also. Man, Molly is so smart. He knew his window perfectly. Wow.
Have to capitalize and seize that moment when it is delivered to you. And, you know, one of those things, when we talk about resource management, for both of them, it wasn't that big of a problem because both of them were kind of running into similar trading patterns, and then either one would get too low on health and one would get too low on mana, and they would both take the time to reset. But that one off-sync reset, and I think the mistake came from Zenith greeting for that extra wave because he wanted that item breakpoint desperately.
That's true. That's true. He might have needed it to get the Seraph's Embrace, but either way, I think you're 100% right. The only way that doesn't get punished is if he manages to get his recall off, and Molly completely denied that. Man, there are a lot of different things to think about going into the next game about like what you could do better, what you could have possibly done in that exact moment, but it's not going to be easily replicable because we're likely going to get a different draft, a different set of champions. Unless they go for the run back one more time, then maybe we're talking, but yeah, just based off of this, we have a few differences here. Like the Akali is off the board again. The same as game 2, excuse me. So we could get a run back.
No Orianna, no Diana bans whatsoever. Now, Zenith could change the champion if he believes that Molly's going to run the Diana back and could think of something, okay, what is something that I can beat the Diana better with? Maybe there's a bruiser that matches better into the Diana. Or if Molly has the 300 IQ, the 5D chess, and predicts what Zenith is going to pick, and doesn't run back the Diana again, does something different.
Yeah, I don't know. The Diana is such a smart idea because, you know, you have the kill threat, sure, but if you're left alone with the turret, you one-shot it instantly. It's not a champion that you'd really think about it.
Smacks, the producers just told me, you're not going to be ready for this one because it's going to be so spicy. It is by far the spiciest matchup that we have had all day. I don't know what that means. Oh, so Zenith is going to the auction. This is it, Smacks. This is tournament point.
Yeah.
And now we get to see if auction is deserving of that S+ tier spot.
Oh, this is so cool. I really, really liked the one auction game that we got, and it's been banned in so many of the other games. Not banned in the final game. Molly very confident in his Diana skills, in the performance that he just showed us in the previous game. Not worried about the Orianna either. And Zenith pulls out our S+ champion of the day. Wow. I mean, there's not a lot that Akshan has. There aren't. There's not a very large quantity of things that he can do, but the things that he does are so well suited for this format, where he has a lot of wave push, he has abilities that deal a lot of damage to the structures, and he's very strong in these 1v1s. He even has a lot of movement that he can use with his web swing.
I'm so glad that you also call it web swing with me. That's makes my day. Yeah. For anyone that is wondering, it is actually called heroic swing, but you know what?
No, it's not. You're wrong. It's called web swing.
Now
I read the wiki.
Now we need a we need a human spider costume for Akshan in the future.
Yeah, we do actually. I'm sure he's well suited for the Halloween, like that theme.
Yeah,
What are those ones called? Like the bewitching. I'm sure bewitching.
Yeah, bewitching or spooky. I think there's spooky.
Like spooky nocturne or something.
Maybe you're right. It is just bewitching. He is the cross between like Batman and Spider-Man, because he's got the Avenger ring instead of the Batarang, but then we have the web swing as well. And then he's got
more
a
Robin than Batman.
Well,
I think he's got a more upbeat attitude than Batman usually does.
Something we have to address though. Zenith is getting
Some Robins
chunked.
Really...
Like,
yes,
Molly's running out of mana, so that's going to be the saving grace for Zenith. But he is getting chunked here by the range, by the... Oh my god, Crescent Strike. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just discussed this. My bad.
You know what You know what champion ability I call something different that I just say every... Like, I can't help but say every time I use it?
What's that?
As that was really close. Zenith, you really need to recall this.
Dude, what if Molly, like, preps a third empowered auto attack for Flash? And Zenith holds onto it. Yeah. Great patience from Zenith. Waits out the barrier. We were waiting for it to happen. Molly was prepping that third empowered auto attack and then tried to flash in to have enough damage onto Zenith. But Zenith was ready and waiting under the tower. Look.
The comeuppance to the Akshan passive shield is so clutch there as well. I didn't even think about that he has really solid combat power with that too. Oh, he has bone plating. The bone plating helped him survive. Insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that was so close. And I could see the line of thinking from Molly, but man, the defensive tools available to Zenith right there, giving him... This is where, once again, Zenith's patient playstyle is rewarded.
Mm-hmm. He's so lethal with it too. Oh man, like he even had the forethought to use the Avenger Ring on the wave while he's being dove on, so that he clears out the minions so he can use the comeuppance. Like, oh man,
yeah.
Who does that? Who thinks of that?
5 steps ahead, baby. And now Zenith has the kill advantage. 1 kill away from winning the RiftMSTRS Summer Splash 1v1 championship. Like, my goodness, it is coming down to the wire. And I did not expect the matchup to be so bloody early on. Oh, that's dirty sense.
Dude, he had the vision to scout that out and cancel the recall. Comeuppance does everything you could possibly want in this mode. It's crazy how good that spell is for this.
Yeah.
Man. The thing I was talking about before, there are a few spells. I was thinking about it. There are a few spells that I say one thing, but it's called a different thing. For Akshan's going rogue, I don't think nobody calls that going rogue. What you call it is stealth time.
I call it going rogue.
No. You're not an Akshan player then, because whenever he presses that button, he goes stealth time.
Oh wait, the Moonfall clips him outside of the heroic swing. Zenith is able to fire back though. He has the range advantage. Molly trying to get a burst of damage. Oh my god, this could be it. Molly forces the exhaust, but there it is! Zenith is your RiftMSTRS Summer Splash 1v1 champion!
Let's go, Zenith! He got it a 2-0 in the last game on Akshan, solidifying the S+ ranking of the champion. It's all coming together, Rafa, and Zenith takes home the $1,500 prize for first place, sweeping through all the Sentinels players.
Dude,
No
what a
way.
journey for Zenith to beat Molly.
Yeah.
Like this is Molly, man. Like, we know the community has hyped up Molly for the longest time, since his Chonk Chortle days last year. And then when Sentinels acquired him, that was what many considered to be the best off-season pickup, like going into the WNS season. And it was arguably what helped. I mean, obviously, all the Sentinels leveling up their game during the off-season went a long ways too. But like acquiring Molly, they went from an 8th place team to a 2nd place team. And
yeah. He's so good.
Yeah.
But Zenith, turns out Zenith is also so good.
And for Zenith to beat that speaks volumes, man. And so now we go back to what Ailish was saying. Like, no, we believe in Zenith, man. Zenith is an absolute beast, dude. Zenith, you are so cracked, my guy. Congratulations. Yeah. Well played. And like, this is clear of all the work that you've been putting in at just grinding out the game. And now, like, man, oh man, Zenith, I wanna continue seeing where you will go. Like, yes, this is a 1v1 tournament, and in a real game, there's a lot of other factors that come into it. But like, just for straight up laning prowess, I mean, already this is going to send flares and signals now to the rest of the North American scene. Like, hey, Ailish is an unsigned team, and if there's any orgs that are coming to look around to look at players to pick up, I mean, like, this just puts more eggs in the Ailish hype baskets, Max.
Yeah, I mean, they were already so hyped. They were such wholesome boys when we got to see them in Minnesota too. Zenith especially. You remember how excited he was every single time we talked to him, man.
And he would blush every time his team would talk about, dude. Every time his team would talk about him, it's like, dude, Zenith is so good. He's gonna like stomp on this guy and this guy, and then it's like, oh no, guys, come on, man, like, you're putting too much pressure on me. But it was true.
Yeah, it was true, and it's true today also, man. What a guy!
All right,
congratulations, Zenith.
Zenith, let's take a look at where this journey all began. Obviously, this was starting in the playoffs, but look at that. Zenith being able to claim the #1 champion in our RiftMSTRS Summer Splash. And I know you're pointing out, I believe, the Sandvich beating out MTS in the 3rd place matchup as well.
Nicely done. Nicely done. And you know what, Rafa? I think to close out the day with the Zenith victory, I think the best thing we could possibly do is just take a look one last time at our handy-dandy tier list and see how we did.
The tier list. Oh my goodness.
What are you thinking? I mean, this one. This one feels pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
He gets his face up here.
Yep. Yep.
Any addendums you want to make?
I mean, I think we can slot in Diana in like our S tier, because she was definitely remarkable.
She's probably like up here.
Yeah. Diana's, I think, is pretty good into Akali, because you can...
Yeah.
The shielding cancels out a lot of trades. But once you get into the Akshan territory, I mean, man, like, I think that ultimate alone, specifically for the 1v1 is so valuable. And man, we'll have to continue looking at this tier list the next time we run a 1v1 tournament. Maybe, you know what,
Yeah.
Smacks, screenshot it or save the link.
All right,
Put
will do.
it in somewhere in your bookmarks, and then the next time we come around to a 1v1 tournament, we'll refer back to this. And of course, if anyone wants, the tier list, I mean, screenshot a clip, or you can at Smacks Hide on Twitter, and they will be more than happy to send it your way. But before we close out Smacks, I just want to give a huge shout out to RiftMasters and, of course, Tribe for putting this all together. Shout out to our wonderful production crew, Tasty Bacon on production. Thank you so much for giving me and Smacks the opportunity to take you through this super exciting tournament that beheld everyone today. And once again, shout out to all the players, especially Zenith, your boy from A-List, taking the #1 in the 1v1 championship. Oh my goodness. Like that is so f***ing cool, man. Like, good stuff, Zenith. So proud. And that's all I've got to say, Smacks. If you got any last words, man, share them now.
Be nice to people. Thanks for watching. Good
True.
night.
And good night. See you tomorrow for our ARAM tournament here on RiftMasters Summer Splash.